Nicotine's your friend. If you don't want granny bones as a young person, then maybe you reconsider what you're doing. And so we see some of the fallout that takes place inside of this. Now, I think some of the difficulty that comes in really all these kinds of substance use is we can talk about all of these effects or side effects that take place. But what happens in the minds of, I think, a lot of young people is they take a hit on something and nothing happens right away. And so there's no immediate communication. And some of the things that we try to communicate is saying, look, it's not just you do this and this is the result, but we do realize that these are, in fact, statistically speaking, these are the long-term results of what take place. And so it's one of those things that we have to try to get people to think forward-looking, kind of like investments, like, okay, well, it didn't do anything for me now, but maybe there's something in the future. Or maybe it's me eating healthy, and I'll say, well, maybe it doesn't do anything for me now, but there's a future that's going there. You'll have to excuse me, I grew up in a ridiculously healthy family, owned a gym and everything, so that's everything for me. But we realize that life isn't always just built on, I did this and I get this thing right away. And that has maturity and wisdom to it. And we want to invite kids into realizing that it's not this thing and right away this is what's taking place necessarily. So nicotine definitely has some impacts there that are very difficult. Probably one of the most disturbing studies that I saw on nicotine framed it this way. For a teen to use nicotine, take like a 13-year-old or 14-year-old. Let's say that you have that 13 or 14-year-old girl who starts to use nicotine. That girl is more likely to have a life connected to addiction than a person beyond the age of 25 who starts to use cocaine. Now, this is not a cocaine plug, I hope you realize. But if, as adults, we would say, cocaine's kind of a serious issue, like, when we think about a 13-year-old and 14-year-old and vaping or smoking cigarettes, what I'm suggesting to you is we need to take that more seriously. And that's largely what's not taking place, because as you might be aware, sometimes it's adults who actually give kids vapes. They give them cigarettes, and they say, well, it's really no big deal. But if we are taking a look at how it impacts a person, for that person who's still growing and developing, it is a big deal. And so what we are trying to say is, yes, maybe it doesn't always impact adults in this way, but we realize that while you're under the age of 25, things are different, and we need to protect the vulnerable in that particular case. And that's really what our message is, at the minimum, is delay first use. You're still growing and developing, you're still a teen. You don't need these kind of things. If you think there's a future in that, maybe, but wait until it's much safer for you, because we know, statistically speaking, that people who get involved in this very early are going to have a very difficult time as life continues forward. And we've probably seen those things take place ourselves. Last one that we want to highlight is marijuana, as far as some of the inherent dangers and difficulties that take place. Marijuana, I think, really is just a couple of things I want to highlight. One of the great difficulties that comes in marijuana is, particularly from the youth use, is that concept of saying it's natural, therefore it's good or safe or okay. And again, I was raised in a very healthy environment, and so like I can get on board with some of those things. Like I gravitate towards like, well, is it healthy or is this thing a synthetic and artificial? So I get it, but from the realm of logic, we need to be careful with that, because let's consider some things that are equivalent. Thorns, very natural, but I'm not going to suggest to my 8-year-old little girl that she go play in a thicket of thorns. Say, it's natural, baby. Go enjoy yourself. Like, okay, yeah, but doesn't always work out that way. Similarly, poison ivy. So natural. It's so natural, it just grows out there. I was raised in a church where the pastor one time shared, he was a cantankerous boy apparently, somebody dared him to take the poison ivy and rub it on, see what happened. And he thought that was a good idea. And he one-upped him. He ate it. It was natural, baby. And what happened to him, oh my gracious. So I think if we just follow the logical outlook at that and say, okay, well, let's think of other things that are natural. It doesn't always mean that it's good or safe or all right for a person. Maybe it's all right over there, but it doesn't necessarily mean, particularly for that teen, that I want that on or in my body. We might think of something like arsenic. Arsenic is naturally occurring. But you ingest arsenic in good portions, and then you won't be doing anything in life. So I think maybe if we just think about the logical idea behind that, we realize that that idea actually falls apart if we push on it a little bit. So just because something is natural doesn't mean that it doesn't have issues with it. Another thing that we should highlight, that I try to highlight in many of my communications, is, largely speaking, people don't like to think of marijuana as a drug. They're like, marijuana's not a drug, it's natural. Well, I mean, most drugs are produced from something that was at one point natural, so yes, but if you look up anywhere, it doesn't matter where you look it up, marijuana is in fact a drug. Now, that doesn't make it bad in and of itself, but what I like to highlight for people is that as a drug, like any drug has effects and side effects and certain risks that go with it. And part of what we want to draw people's attention to is merely that fact, at least that fact of saying, do you realize that when you go there, you need to be going and saying, oh, let's look at the back of that label. It does have risks. I take ibuprofen, which is a very low-level sort of thing. You look on the back, it still says there are risks. And if you take too much ibuprofen, particularly on an empty stomach, right, there's bad things that take place. So part of what we're trying to just frame is say, at the minimum, realize marijuana is a drug. Realize that, like all drugs, there are inherent risks that go there for humanity in general, but we're messaging for teens, so we say for teens in particular. Now, the last thing that I want to highlight, and we do need to frame this as we're thinking about it, only for people who are still growing and developing, so that kind of magic number of 25. But marijuana is the #1 drug connected to suicide in the developing mind. Now, when you get past the age of 25, that ceases to be true, and we've already talked about that, so we don't need to belabor it. But the issue is, while people are still growing and developing, they're soaking all those things in, and the higher that the, let's call it the octane of THC goes, which we realize that we're in a growing world where THC is going up and up and up, what happens is it induces psychotic breaks. Sometimes those are temporary, sometimes those are permanent. But even in the temporary, sometimes the youth just can't live with it. They think the mob is after them, or so-and-so is after to get them. And that results tragically in young people jumping off bridges, shooting themselves, or killing themselves in other ways. And so when we look at the post-mortem analysis, right now, it is the #1 drug connected to suicide. Now, if you talk to pro-marijuana advocates, they'll just deny. But it doesn't change the statistic just because someone says, no, that's not true. We need to realize that it is, in fact, dangerous for youth and young adults who are still growing and developing, and we have the statistics on that. We want to realize and treat it at minimum responsibly, say this is a drug, and like all drugs, it has effects and sometimes side effects that you may not want otherwise. So I don't want to stay here really any longer, but hopefully it gives us a framework that we can work from of saying, okay, yes, we understand whether it's alcohol, whether it's nicotine, or whether it's marijuana, there are reasons that kids who are still growing and developing, they need to stay away from these particular things because the impacts can truly be deleterious to their health. So objective 2 is applying personal steps. That is really hopefully the landing point of, as I walk out of here, what can I take from this? What can I do with this when I'm talking to nieces, nephews, children, grandchildren, friends, whatever that looks like? How can I frame these things? How can I do something that's meaningful? And so I want to give you 4 recommendations. These are not meant to be exhaustive, but I think hopefully they can be helpful to you. One of them is to frame public usage. And what I mean by that is if you're with a minor and you see somebody who is out, let's just say, vaping. What I like to do with my girls, I see somebody's out there vaping or smoking cigarettes, I will point it out. And I'm like, oh, that's a bad idea. And a lot of times that's all I say. I'm just putting that sort of concept in of this is not something that you should be repeating, because the issue is, you know the saying, monkey see, monkey do? That's humanity. We really are. What we see as common, we see as normal. What we see as normal, we see as good. What we see as good, we see as right. And so when we just see this common usage, inevitably what happens is we interpret that as monkey see, monkey do. Well, everybody does it. If everyone's jumping off the bridge, would you? Apparently, yes. Yes is the answer. People jump off bridges because apparently they looked fun. So one of the things we want to do is begin framing, hopefully from a young age, but you can introduce this concept at any point. When you see somebody who is using, vapes are very prominent out there, but you'll see people smoking, you smell marijuana that's in there, is go on and have a little conversation. It doesn't have to be a sermon. That's not the point. But you're just planting that idea of like, yes, we see it. It might be common, but we want to talk about why it's not a good idea. And so frame that sort of idea. One of my colleagues whom I worked with said that when he was with his kids, it was always like cigarettes and alcohol. And when he would drop his kids off at school, he would like to say, okay, you see those kids that are there. There'd be like 6 of them or whatever. You see those 6 kids who are using that. How many are in the school right now not using that? And he would try to frame for them that sort of idea of saying, okay, let's have that conversation. And really that leads into the second point, which is to normalize non-usage. And that's really what he was doing. He was trying to say, yes, what you're seeing there is true. It's not a good idea. But remember, if you got 6 there, you have hundreds and hundreds who are in your school building right now who are not doing that. And there is this concept, it's a weird psychological phenomenon, that we always assume that other people are doing the worst things. It's a weird thing. You read in any psychology book that's out there. It's like, oh, everyone's doing bad things. I'm the only one, or I'm the minority here. But what we actually find is the opposite is true. More people, particularly teens, are not doing these things. When we look at all the surveys, the kickback is a significant percentage. Now, when you look nationally, it kind of depends, what state or what county or what town you're in. But you're on the low side of things. We're talking about like 70% of teens do not use substances, and that's kind of the low percent. In Phelps County, our data, as we look at St. James, Rolla, and Newburgh, is closer to 90%. 90% of teens are not using when they analyze. In this past month, have you used anything? And these are anonymous things that are intended to invite honesty. So I think generally speaking, we can say these are pretty true. And even if we give some variables, we're saying the majority of teens are still not using. And framing it that way can be helpful, because then now we're saying, well, there's really not that sense of peer pressure, is there? If I want to feel peer pressure, it's actually not to do those things. The vast majority of my peers, if I am in middle school, junior high, or high school, are not doing those particular things. And so if you can think then about how you can frame for the young people in your life, just normalizing non-usage. And sometimes it's just highlighting those very obvious things. Our brains interpret what is done more than it interprets what is not done. And so going back to that, if I see 6 people doing something bad and I see them do it over and over again, even though it's only the 6 people, I multiply that over in my brain. So it feels like, oh, everyone's doing it, as opposed to the hundreds of people who are doing nothing. So we want to be aware of that psychological phenomena. And we want to emphasize the dangers that come in it. So we can talk about, well, that's not a great idea. We want to see how other people are not using. We know a lot of people aren't using. And we can emphasize the dangers. That is the rationality. That the point is not to scare people. The point is to say, we know these things take place. Nicotine is a bad idea while you're still growing and developing, because alcohol is a bad idea while you're still growing and developing, because marijuana is a bad idea while you're still growing and developing, because. And so as we just frame that informatively and not just the I'll skin you alive if I ever catch you, that can be effective communication. But let's put some other things under that too, as to the why. And to let people grab onto those things. By all means, give them excuses not to use. Give them expectations that as a meaningful adult in their lives, that you have good expectations for them. It's very important. When we interview youth who are coming through high school, many of them will say, one of the main reasons I didn't use was because there was an expectation for my parents or my grandparents. So you set the expectation, but we want to underlay that not just with the, well, because I said, because we got more than that. Because I said is good, but let's not finish with the because I said. We can fortify that. And when we fortify the things, it makes it more robust to where it can hold that structure so much better. Last recommendation that I would give, and again, not an exhaustive list, just kind of reflective thinking on what we talk about, is the nature of impeding accessibility. So how do you go about saying, we don't want to make this easy for you to get? Recently, this was probably 2 weeks ago, we had somebody from the juvenile office reach out to us because there was a kid, a 7-year-old kid, who was caught at school with a vape. I thought, oh my gracious, 7-year-old who took the hit off the vape. So investigation goes on, what's taking place. Turns out it was not malicious in the sense of like, he didn't get it from some store. There was actually not adults who were giving it to him. But what happened is he lives with parents, grandparents, and an uncle. The uncle vapes. A younger brother, younger than 7, snatched uncle's vape, put it in brother's backpack. Brother goes to school, finds the vape, and says, I guess I'll stick it in my mouth. And he took a hit on it. So when we're thinking of some of the ways, or oftentimes many of the ways, that youth end up with these things, we want to start thinking, how do I impede accessibility? If it's going to be around, and that's the thing that you have to realize, well, what's the environment? If it's going to be around, how do I make sure that that doesn't come down there? It's kind of like the medicine bottles that they got the child lock safe on there. Sometimes those are adult proof also, very difficult to get. But we want to think of those same kind of terms because these are all drugs, right? So we want to be, at the minimum, cautious with things like alcohol, nicotine, and marijuana. We want to think about lock boxes or whatever it is that we say, okay, this doesn't let little Johnny or Sally just take hold of it, because even though you might be able to get away with it and not have as many inherent risks, we know that's not true for them. So we need to protect the vulnerable for the people who can't protect themselves, right? That's what we want to do. Objective 3. Prevention presently. And this is really just the idea of what's taking place right now as people like Darren and myself and Anna and Amber are all part of this. Am I missing anybody that's part of the team right now? Many more. Many other volunteers who have their own jobs, but they realize, they say, man, there's something valuable to this prevention thing. And so we work together to try to bring this kind of messaging, this impact, this influence. And so what I wanted to do is share a nice handful of things that are taking place right now inside of our community, particular to St. James, Rolla, and Newburgh, Phelps County proper, as it were. So when we think of these sort of ideas, we think of our elevator speech as our mission is to stop youth addiction. And the reason for that is when addiction starts young, it runs deep. And then second is addiction impedes youth from living their best lives. And that's what we want. We want kids to have the best version of their life. And as teens, that doesn't involve these things. Maybe someday it will, but we know it does not at this point. And so this is the framework that we operate from. Everything flows through this framework, as it were. And when we do this sort of idea of what the drug-free communities is, as it's targeting youth and young adults, this is really to say is we try to have all kinds of partners. That we don't say, okay, well, it's just this kind of people. We try to have everybody. We try to have principals. We try to have law enforcement. We try to have substance use workers. We just, everything that you can imagine is we want everybody at the table. We want teachers. We want parents. We want everybody coming in there because we know the value of that sense of unity. that when we come together for that common vision and that purpose, whew, there's good stuff that happens there. I like to think, wrong pocket. Ah, yes. I like to think of prevention like a toothbrush. This toothbrush was so cheap, it was given to me. Probably a lot of you have toothbrushes that would just take a toothbrush. Just take one. Have some floss. Just take some. So inexpensive, so accessible. But it's amazing the power of a toothbrush to prevent cavities and some terribly expensive things from taking place. If you've ever had the dental work, you realize those pesos go up, don't they? Oh my. Now, if I do my prevention correctly, what I can stave off is all of the difficulties that come there with something that is actually incredibly so inexpensive. Prevention in substance use is like that. It is powerful, and it's actually inexpensive. When they try to do an estimate in prevention, what they find is for every dollar that is put into prevention, it saves the community $20 if that person had fallen into substance use. And that's why it really is the toothbrush or floss of the community. Like, just give it away. But man, will it do something. We go back to Benjamin Franklin. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. It's so incredibly true. And so we want to think of it in those particular terms as well. Some of the things that we like to bring is this sense of belonging, because we realize that when kids feel connected, they are much less likely to go off the beaten path and into substance use. And that connectivity is at home, it's with parents, it's with siblings, it's with grandparents, it's with just family in general. It also is within the school. It's with activities, it's with friends. When people say, there's a place for me here, that person is more likely to have a life that is well lived, that doesn't go off the beaten path. Another thing that we like to do is what I like to think of as surround sound. I don't know if you've been to some surround sound in like IMAX when there's like everything everywhere. Woo! Man, does that draw you in when the screen's like that and the sound is everywhere. As opposed to the old timies when they had a speaker in the middle of the screen. Like, ooh, it's not that great. When we have surround sound, there's a certain power that comes to it. And what that means, practically speaking, is that a youth is better to hear from 7 different people 3 times a message than from one person 100 times. It's got that surround sound effect. They start saying, you know, there's a lot of people telling me this. Maybe there's something true to it. Maybe there is something true to it. We want to realize that inside of this, everyone is coping with something. There's just good coping skills, and there's bad coping skills, or what psychologists would call maladaptive coping mechanisms. That's a way of saying we're all trying to get through life, and life is tough. But there's better and worse ways of actually coping with the strains, stresses, and difficulties that take place. And so part of what we do is then try to frame what are the positives that a person could aim for. We don't want people to just say, no, no, no. What are we saying yes to? Because when we say yes to things, we are inherently saying no to other things. And so part of what we try to build inside of that is just those positivities that you do need to learn to cope. You do need to learn resilience, but we want to frame that in the positive sense and not just in the no, no, no. And hopefully this is also something, let's go back to the previous step, of what you can borrow as you take out. It's not just the no's, it's the yeses. Not just what I'm saying no to, but what I am saying yes to. So then, we'll say program-wise, and we'll wrap up with this and leave a few minutes for any kind of questions or comments. Here's many of the things that are taking place inside of the school at large or our community. The very first one of those is a program called Too Good for Drugs, and it's a 10-session evidence-based curriculum that goes inside of the schools, elementary, middle school, junior high, high school, and it works in halves. The first half is really just saying goal setting. What is it that you want in life? How do you think you're going to get there? This is the positivity. How do we build a life well lived? And then only after all those things are established do they begin to look at, well, what are the issues with drugs? What are the issues with alcohol, nicotine, and marijuana for a person who's still growing and developing? And so that takes place throughout our schools in the county. And we know, statistically speaking, that a youth who goes through this is less likely to ever partake in any of these substances, let alone have a life of addiction. So there's a power that we know that exists inside of this. We do various adult trainings and community events, things like this. After this, I'm heading to Columbia to do a talk presently there with a colleague of mine. The point is that we try to keep the community informed on what prevention is and why it is valuable and important to what we're doing. Peer prevention is an important value because it's not adults communicating to youth, it is youth communicating to youth. And so we actually just hosted a training seminar in which kids from actually all over counties were brought in, and they were given a training session to where they will go back then to their middle schools or junior highs, and they will talk about the inherent dangers of substance use, but also what should we be saying yes to. And so it'll be high school students who are doing that to their younger peers. And we know part of the surround sound that when younger kids hear peers who are a little bit older saying these things, like, yeah, it's not just fuddy-duddy adults saying this. It's those cool kids that I want to be at some point who are saying, you mean in high school I don't just have to have a debaucherous party all the time? That's not what everyone's doing. And so the framing of that, of just saying, here we are. One of the health teachers to where we actually do this, he said, one of the most effective things about what you're doing in this, he said, is when I do it, I say, hey, you guys need to be careful with this. You guys should be doing this. You guys shouldn't be doing this. But he says, when the high school students come in, they say, we shouldn't be doing this. We need to be aware of this. And it's that movement of inclusivity of saying, oh, this is us. And so there's a great power that comes with that. We also like to try to be present in the lunchroom of the schools. We'll go in and do some kind of fun activity. Maybe it's a rollout green where they do a little putting, and we have some drug-free trivia for them. This year, I noticed, man, there's a lot of those kids in the middle school and junior high. They have a lot of energy, you know, the kind that you wish you could tap and bottle. And I thought, you know, these activities, they're not enough. So we had a push-up contest at the junior high the last time. And there's a lot of enthusiastic boys and girls. I was impressed with the amount of drug-free push-ups that we had going presently there. And we had posters all behind that talked about freedom. What is freedom? If you're substance-free, you are addiction-free, and that is freedom. And so we just try to have fun with the kids and then bring that kind of messaging and like, hey, don't do drugs, do push-ups. That'll get you somewhere in life. Obviously, like so many things, we do media. That includes radio, that's YouTube, it's Instagram, it's Facebook. There's posts, there's videos, there's all the things that you would expect to be present there, to where we try to bring this kind of messaging in little blips that are out there. We actually just have recorded a youth forum to where we interviewed several graduating seniors from Rolla in one of them, from St. James in another, and from Salem in another one, and we asked them how they navigated through those things. So if it's one of those things that you like to hear, like, well, let's actually hear from the kids. That's on Spotify and it's on YouTube, and you can find that on there and actually hear kids talking about those particular things. One of the things we like to do occasionally is we will send postcards out that invite adults or parents or grandparents, whoever actually receives junk mail, and to actually talk to their kids. And so we try to have a very kind of beautiful invitational picture on one side that induces them to turn it over and say, hey, you need to talk to your kids about alcohol, vaping, marijuana, and if you need more information, follow this QR. It'll take you somewhere. And you can watch videos and get whatever else. And so it's part of how we try to integrate into the community. We also try to do vendor checks, educational moments. That's where we go into many of these places that retail whatever substance, and we remind them of the value of them doing an ID check, that they're not illegally selling to somebody under the age of 21, because all of these substances, while adults can use them post 21, are held out for anybody under the age of 21. And so really we're just reminding them, thank you for your efforts. Keep doing that. Don't let kids buy. And every once in a while we'll send in, not quite the sting, but we'll send in undercover kids who will try to buy the stuff and see if they can be sold to. More often than not, they are not sold to, but we still have our work in front of us, because sometimes it takes place that somebody who's 18 or 19 is able to buy a pack of smokes or the vape or whatever it is that they are in that case trying to purchase. And so actually, let me go back to that for one moment. This is actually a great little thing that you can take away when you get ID'd and you're like, oh my gracious, you're IDing me. Thank them for that, because that's important that that's in their mind. I should check, because we don't want the vulnerable being taken advantage of by addiction. So that's a nice small takeaway. And then the last thing that we have on here is what my colleague called co-curricular talks. And I'm like, that's a dumb word. We're going to call it sports talks. That's what we're going to call it. But the short of it is that we will go into sports teams around here, and we will try to give them basically an inspirational talk of what a life well lived looks like. And then also frame why substance use is not going to be something that's helpful to them. And the way we do that is we use quotes from famous athletes who have come and gone in their particular sport. So recently I went to the football team, and so all the quotes I had were from former NFL players talking about their careers and what was important to them. And we've highlighted 3 things for them in this year's talk. One is the value of sleep, the value of nutrition, and then what we call resilience, which is saying, how do you live a life well and cope through the difficulty without turning to substances? And so we frame that for them in a 20-minute talk, and we try to systematically go through every sports team. The fall has a lot of sports teams, so I'm in the middle of doing all that right now. Winter's a little easier. It's a lot of basketball and wrestling, and that's about all we have to get to. But we try to bring part of the surround sound, just another message, another venue, another way of doing that. And so those are the things that are taking place inside of prevention. Hopefully what you're able to do is say, okay, I see what's happening. I see the dangers that are in there. And now I know maybe a little bit how, as I walk away, how I could effectively communicate with somebody who is under the age, how I do those things. So thank you so much. Do we have time for, we do. We still have 10 minutes, right? So let me open it up. Just any questions or quick comments that we can have. We've got a little bit of time for that. So, yeah, let me bring the mic to you.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay, go on.
So I'm chronically homeless after my mom's suicide, and I've been an addict since I was 13.
Okay.
I'm sober now. If I know of local businesses that are selling to minors, who can I give that information to? Thank you.
I would love to have that information. Yes, absolutely.
Like local drug dealers, since I'm transitioning back off the street,
Yes,
but I just hear lingo and things. You know what I'm saying?
yes.
Is that something else that I could report to you so that you can?
Yes. So, probably in the end is what we would do is we would get it to our local police department, but we have good partnerships with them. So we have some of the police force that sits on our task force as well, who tries to keep us aimed in the same direction. So, yeah, that would be perfect. Yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Any other questions, comments, thoughts? Yes, yeah. How do we make the application to ourselves? And I love that you frame the idea in two ways. One is, well, that's not me, so I don't have issues. But as you highlight, there are so many addictive qualities, and then handling those responsibly, I think, is a key point when it comes to things like social media, like TV, even like nutrition. There's a lot of studies on sugar that's like it lights up like that cocaine part of the brain of like, uh-oh, I'm in a bad spot right here. And so I do think at the minimum what we would want to start framing this in is mitigating the issues that are there. So what I mean by that is if I take stock of myself and I start looking and say, okay, well, where is it that I find that I'm addicted, is I want to start putting protective barriers in place. And depending on what you're talking about, those look differently. So real quickly on there, digital things are incredibly dangerous. We know that particularly for youth. But I used to work in a restaurant several years ago, and I would see grown adults sitting there just on phones. Like, you're on a date right now with your wife. What are you doing on your phone? And she's the same way. So, like, we know that it's more than just there. So we want to think of what are the protective factors. And fortunately, actually, a lot of them do have things you just have to be able to enable, of saying, I'm only going to get this much screen time, or I'm going to have this app that is going to help remind me. It's like, hey, you've spent this much time here. Because a lot of it is we operate from ignorance. We don't even know what we're doing. We don't know what we're putting in our mouth. We don't know what we're putting in front of our face. And so cognition is a good first step. You're like, oh, 18 hours I was on that screen, within this framework. That's not particularly healthy. So realizing it and then putting the protective barriers. So limiting access, I think, would be a great version of that. When we think of perhaps dietary things, because we spend a lot of time talking to kids about this, that what we put inside of our bodies doesn't just impact our body, our brain is actually stripping those things off. The brain literally is digesting what we eat. And so if I find them like, ooh, I'm making some bad decisions, two things that I think are powerful. One is what I'm going to actually say yes to. That I don't always start with my no's, I start with my yeses. That I start with, okay, I am going to include in my diet these vegetables. And that's what I'm saying yes to things. Because when you say yes to things, it will naturally say no to other things. So I'm going to deliberately do good things. And then as maybe a second phase, I'm going to say, all right, I've been doing this with my honey buns or my Kit Kats or like whatever it is. And now I'm going to start saying, how do I limit my access? This is like Aristotle's know yourself. You got to know. Some people just get the stuff out because there's no self-control. My brother likes to say that. He goes, I do great as long as the stuff's nowhere near me. I'm like, well, it makes sense. So know yourself. If you don't have that sense of self-control, don't have it around. Get it out, or just say, okay, I'm actually keeping a ledger. I remember at one point I was keeping a calorie ledger because I thought, I'm not doing too bad. And I started counting the things, and there were so many things I was putting in my face that I didn't realize that I was eating. I'm like, oh man, this sucks. Write down those calories too. So it's the cognition of realizing what I'm doing and then limiting my access to that, I would say, would be two very helpful things for what we think of as just more common, like, ooh, we all struggle with that. Accountability partners are beautiful. We would see that in substance use, but somebody who's going to come along and be like, I'm checking in on you, or I'm helping you with that. I know some people will actually, with digital qualities, they'll have codes. Like maybe I'll ask my wife that when this thing, I get whatever, it's 4 hours. And when that goes off, I can't access that thing anymore. And my wife has the code in order to let me access it. She's got the right to do that or the right not to. So maybe things within that framework. Any other questions or comments? How do we help the kids when the problem is actually in the parents? Yes, and oh my gracious, that's such a difficult thing. You're certainly not the first to ask that, because the issue is the authority is not right. Like, it should be the parents who are exemplary. A couple thoughts in that. One is hopefully a ray of light that comes in this. What we see as normal or common, often we interpret as right. Many of the youth graduating seniors that we have interviewed, part of their decision in being substance free is actually because they've seen the hell that has come from parents or grandparents who have used and said, oh my, I don't want that particular life. And many of them would say one of the greatest things that was helpful is some family member saying, yeah, that's that struggle because, and so they drew that line together. And for multiple of our students that we go through, it's the quality of being present, being supportive, but highlighting, like, this is the issue. What that line looks like, that's difficult. You don't want to enable, but you do need to protect, and it's always going to depend on that relationship that you have and what that particular circumstance looks like. I know for several of our youth that we interviewed, that looked like for them not living with mom or dad. It was living with auntie adopted in one of those cases, grandma or grandpa. The kids were living there. So it's hard to just say here's the answer, but it always looks like forward. I'm going to be involved, I'm going to be supportive, and I'm going to highlight what the issues are. I would say sometimes a helpful perspective that's kind of a new one that I've heard is not just blaming the parent. I mean, I wish all adults were responsible, that all parents were responsible and just took ownership, but we know it doesn't always happen that way. And there can be a real hard line in the embitterment that takes place within that young person, that my mom or my dad didn't care about me more than he or she cared about their drugs. And that is a hard thing to swallow. And so some of the kind of redirection that has been suggested is saying, not blaming the parent, but saying those drugs are the evil thing. That person, not to move responsibility, but to let that person realize that this is the demon right here. And your mom or dad has been captive to that, and we're praying for deliverance, we're working for freedom, but we want to realize that there's a greater evil that's present. And I know testimonially wise, so anecdotally, many would say that was very helpful for them to frame, is to see, like, ooh, there's that thing right there. Yeah, the impact of that, my heart goes out to you with that. Two recommendations, and I think we'll wrap it up here because we got to be at about time. Start small. I think if it was me in that, what I would do is I would start praying for blessings, praying for opportunity, and we know God can do amazing things. Yeah. So I would start that. I would start in that. And be diligent in that. When the opportunity comes for actually communication, look for it, but go small. Remind them that you love them. Apologize for what it looked like. Take responsibility. I wish I hadn't done that. I did. It wasn't right, and I'm sorry for that. Sometimes the ownership of that, it's probably not an easy road, but I think with the consistency of that, there can be healing that's brought. But just small bits. We don't necessarily need sermons, but we do need a reminder. The ownership that comes with that, I think, is what I would suggest. Okay, thank you. And let me turn that over to Darren. I don't know if you want to speak into that at all. I know you certainly get to work inside of that, but I'll give you the floor back for that.
Let's give David a hand. Excellent presentation. And so I'm in agreement with David, and I'll just share just real briefly. My mother was a heroin addict, and I was removed from my home as early as around maybe I was not a year old, and my brother, who was born shortly after I was born, was removed from the home. And it was a long-term recovery process for my mother. She did not actually raise me. I was raised by my grandparents, but I was able to have a relationship with her along the way. And what David said is very true. You don't have to go big. Just start very small, right? And one of the things that I remember that she did, you know, she said, I really made some bad choices. She had me at age 17. I used to tease her that I was a prom baby, right? And, but, you know, we got to that level where we could talk. And I think that's so important that we not see each other as a problem, but we see the human that sits across from you, the human that attempted to do what they believe was right, but they made some bad choices. And I think that was important for me and my brother to understand along the way. You know, we never tried to bash our mother or those kinds of things, but we did want to get an understanding, and she was very honest. And there's some things, even today, I wish she would have never told me. But it's helped me in my own life and the work that I currently do. I think that's important when he says start small, open up the lines of communication. There are going to be some uncomfortable moments, but what I believe is that for every ounce of confrontation, it takes a ton of support. And so along those, I'm talking about many, many, many years over a period of time that my mother and I developed this relationship. But we had to confront some things, but it took a ton of support. And the more we confronted some of those things, the more supportive we were able to be of each other. And faith was a key. I was raised in church. My mother took us to church, and she did all that she could do, but she was a heroin addict. And then at some point, she was just not able to function in the way that would meet our needs, my brothers and my needs, that we would grow and develop in a way in the most healthy environment. And so I thank God for my grandparents as well. Amen. It's very so. Certainly, we'd like to chat with you. I'd like to chat with you before you leave. And thank you for your openness and your honesty. And, you know, recovery is real. This thing is real. And being able to restore every aspect of life, it is realistic. We see it every day in the work that we do. And I'll say this about Dave. We're going to bring up our next speaker. One of the things that I really enjoy, I got a chance to be over at we were at the junior high, and we were talking to the junior high kiddos. And it's really interesting because there was a time where we thought prevention was doing something to somebody. And treatment was doing something to somebody. Recovery was doing something to somebody. When I say we, I'm talking about in the field. But prevention and treatment and recovery is not doing something to somebody. It's doing something with somebody. And those young people really understood when David began doing the presentation and talking to them. We broke out into breakout groups that the adults were not there to tell them what to do, how to do it, and when to do it. Now, if there were some safety issues, we said, we certainly address those. Those would be some very urgent issues. But those young people knew that they had a voice and knew that what they had to say was important to us, right? And we wanted to hear them. And I think that's very, very key when we're working with young people. David talked about a sense of belonging. And I will tell you, I hear almost every day in the work that I do, if someone's not sure how they fit or where they belong, they're going to be in some pain. Right, they're going to be in some pain. If you're not sure how you fit or where you belong, or you don't feel a sense of belongingness, you're going to experience some things that cause you some pain. So, but again, let's give them a hand. Thank you for your questions. We'd like to visit with you before this is over. My wife is standing out there. If you have a card, if you can give my wife your information, we'd like to just touch base with you and follow up with you. She's right here, Terry. All right, so let's give David another hand. Excellent. I know he's got to run out to Columbia, but stay tuned. He's all, and our youngest daughter was one of those undercover kids. At age 19, Tyrus looked like she was about maybe 13 or 14, but she was one of those undercover kids, and they covered 28 counties, and her role was to go in and attempt to buy things that underage people should not be buying. And it was very, very interesting because on a couple situations she was able to purchase things, but she didn't leave the store with them. She left them on the counter after she made her purchase. And there's an adult chaperone that's trained to help in these situations. That person would then come in, they work with prevention consultants, and then talk to the person that was making the illegal sale and talk to the management. And this is a way to help stores and management teams and people who are present in the stores making those sales accountable to that. She spent the whole summer being an undercover kid. So they do great work in the community. So we're very thankful. So our next presentation, we're going to bring up Phil Smith. Phil and I, we go back a long way to 2010 when we first met. He's a licensed professional counselor, and we were working for the same company that provided residential treatment services for severely emotionally disturbed adolescent males and females, as well as there was foster care available. We had our own on-ground school. So we did a variety of work. Then Phil later I was able to hire him as our clinical director there. And then some years later, we run across paths again and worked together for the same company. And then we actually worked in the same department in the last couple of years. So really excited to have him here today. He's going to be presenting ACEs. And this will kind of segue a little bit into some of the things David was saying, but Phil's going to take us a little bit further. He'll talk about some treatment interventions and some success stories about some of the young people that he's encountered along the way. He currently is working at SMT with the Wellness Center as a licensed professional counselor, and he's worked with many age groups across his years of experience, including adults and adolescents, substance use disorder, and mental health. So let's give Phil a hand as he comes. And thank you for being here, Phil.
Can you hear me? Test. Can you guys hear me now? All right. Very good. Well, thank you. I appreciate the privilege to come and share with you. As I notice, we're celebrating recovery, but we're also challenged by it, right? We've made great progress. Some people have made really great progress, and some are still in those challenging places. And coming together as community, we say in the industry, but I say myself, we get sick alone. We get hurt and injured alone, but we heal in community. And people gathering like this is powerful. Yes, I'm going to talk to you a little bit today. I'm going to walk around a bit if that's all right. I hope I won't create feedback. Have you ever seen the video where where they have these kids all line up and then they read off something like, who's been in foster care? Take a step back. They take a step back. Have you seen that video? Yeah. And so they go through a whole list of things that may or may not have impacted a child, and you position yourself, and then they say, look around. This is the place you're at. And so then they run the race, and the kid who was furthest back finished first. Because sometimes we develop resilience, and that's what I want to talk to you about today. The presentation I have up here, do I have control of that? Oh, wonderful. Back there. All right. So this presentation I have is full of data. I can see your eyes already glassing over. Please just tell me facts and stuff. But I want to touch on a few things. I'm just going to highlight those. This information was gathered by SAMHSA. Anybody know what that is? Tell me what that's. Kim? Of course. You raised your hand. Absolutely. If you're involved in recovery, it is well worth your trouble to find that site and look at it, because there's scads of information on there. This one's today, we're going to talk specifically about ACEs. Has anybody know what that term means? You can read it on there, actually. But adverse childhood experiences. These are things that encounter us in our life. ACEs is targeted at when we're from 0 to 17. A lot of pediatricians are going to issue this when you go take your kid to the doctor. They're going to ask you questions, and they're going to be related to this. We also do it with adults. I'm going to give you a couple of examples of things they're going to ask. So here's an ACEs form, 1 page, small, not a whole lot. Anybody have any questions before I jump in? Both feet? All right. Questions are going to be like this. Did you lose a parent through divorce, abandonment, death, or any other reason? Did your parent or adult in your home ever hit, punch, beat, threaten to harm you? Did you feel that no one in your home loved you or thought you were special? That's just 3 of the 10 questions. And the reason that we do that is because sometimes we're not aware that what we thought was normal, was okay, that those things happen to us. So when we do the ACEs, I'm going to go ahead, I'm test piloting this now, so let's see if it's resume. I went the wrong way, didn't I? Okay, I'll try. That's a button. These are the fine motor skills that I've never developed. It says play, so. All right, I need an expert. I work in the brain, not the hand. All right. Okay, so which one do I push? Oh, the big one. All right. It's a good thing I learned how to drive a car without needing to. All right, so forward. Here we go. These things are going to be too small for you to read. All right, so I'm just going to walk through this. I'm going to highlight a few things from this slide. If you want to deep dive into this, jump on that website we talked about. It's on there as well as the studies that are behind it. It's 0 to 17. Persists through the lifetime. ACEs is about things that will happen to us when we're younger, usually, but they can persist all the way through adulthood. We carry these things with us. Have you ever heard of generational trauma? You believe in that? It carries, even to the fact that we'll talk a little bit later, that it actually carries through and it ends up in our DNA. And we have to work to change it. The body keeps the score. You may have heard of that book. It's a book about trauma. I want to highlight a couple of data points here. 5 of the top 10, that's what that 5 of the top 10 says. 5 of the top 10 causes of death are related to ACEs, our experience when we're children. 61% of adults have at least one of these experiences we talked about. A quarter have experienced parental separation or economic hardship. We're going to get to a DISC here in a minute. That DISC is we're going to spend a little energy there. 45% of children have at least one. Females and racial ethnic minorities have a higher intensity, 4 times, to experience 4 ACEs experiences. And last of all is 1 in 6 adults report that. So, can you see that at all? Okay. I guess the screen's bigger behind me than in front of me there. I want to look at that circle for a minute. You see the 3 major areas that are there. They're represented by the smaller triangle pieces around the edge. Abuse, neglect, and household dysfunction. If you look under those categories, abuse can be, of course, physical, emotional, sexual. Neglect, physical and emotional. household dysfunction. A lot of times we don't think of that. When we think of trauma or adverse experiences we've had, we focus primarily on, did an event happen to me? But sometimes it's the way in which we were raised, the things that were in the environment that we grew up in. Mental illness, an incarcerated relative, interpersonal violence, substance abuse in the home, and divorce. And then if you look at that greater circle around the outside, and I think that's really important for us to look at, is living in foster care, bullying, community violence, racism, neighborhood safety. Where we live and how we live impacts our lives. This next one kind of focuses on protective factors. There are things we can do to offset the ACEs. If I read all these questions to you, and I wouldn't do that to you, and ask you to raise your hand and tell me how many that you experienced, I dare say most of us in this room, especially if we're in this circle of recovery, we've experienced adverse childhood experiences. But we're here, and to whatever level today we're functioning, we are functioning because of other things that have come into our lives, things we've found, people we've circled ourselves with, and those sorts of things. So we also know that these protective factors are insulators for generational trauma. Darren went into a lot about my experience, but I'm going to share a couple things with you. One, I was a victim of childhood trauma myself. All that says is it's led me, it's changed me, and it helps me to be better at what I do. I've also been in recovery. It's years ago, but I used to have some issues with substance use myself. But I want to tell you, I've worked in, he had mentioned the residential facilities with kids who are struggling, both most recently over at Navigate, which is a wonderful program we have here in Rolla. We're blessed to have it and to have him running it. But it is a powerful program. I have worked in Native American tribes where substance use is heavy and generational trauma is even more heavy. There is a book called The Wild Edge of Sorrow that talks a lot about grief, but it talks about one of our gates of grief is generational trauma. The experiences we've had because of the people that raised us. The tribes that I worked with were Plains Indian, but most recently the Makah tribe, and they noted that they were ripped away and their grandparents were put in boarding schools, and they came back with no context for who to be and how to be, and so they are adrift. And so substance use was a big challenge for them there, and I spent a lot of energy in that. I've also worked in every school in this district here in Rolla. I've been at all 3 elementary schools, the middle school, the junior high, and mostly in the high school as a mental health counselor there. And my current role is at S&T is as a wellness center counselor, but I lead the Miners for Recovery group. So my heart will always be with those struggling with recovery. So I should have done that at the beginning. One of the things in this next slide I think is worth highlighting here is some of the types of PACEs or protective factors are unconditional love from a caregiver, having or spending time with a best friend, volunteering in the community or helping others, being part of a social group, having a mentor outside of the family. I talked about that. We heal in community. We heal when we lean into community, and we become support for that. That also makes me think of an organization in this community that is very important, and that's the Mission, because they can provide that for people. I think of the challenges of the next portion, enriching resources, living in a safe home where needs are met, quality education, having a hobby, physical activity, fair rules and routines at home. Those are hard to grab if you're homeless. It's hard to have the resources. Thank God we have the Mission. And we have churches like this church and so many in this community. We have Grace out on 63 that runs a food ministry. We try to meet some of those resource needs that are not automatic. But without those, our ACEs, those experiences we've had, are left to fester. But if we can find these protective factors, we can mitigate that to some degree. All right. Great. ACEs, how do they impact us? Again, you may not be able to read that, so I'm just going to touch the high points on it. Chronic health conditions, the body keeps the score. There is no doubt the tie between physical health and the experiences we have. My wife is a medical doctor. If she was standing here beside me, she would tell you absolutely. That's why they check for this. They look to see what your experiences have been, because a lot of times that chronic stress, and we'll talk more about that later in this, that chronic stress that develops, that becomes toxic, attacks the body. All right. Mental health conditions, that's what I do. That's my world. I am so privileged to get to do what I do, to sit with people who have the courage to come and talk about something that's really hard. And I get to bear fair witness to their pain and then hopefully help guide them a little bit. Other health risks, we know of things that are hard on our bodies. Smoking, alcohol use, unprotected sex, lack of physical activity. They used to say, my little Apple Watch will tell me every day to stand up, because sitting is the new smoking. We sit and we sit and we sit. We don't have activity. Antisocial behavior, there are often people have struggles with being the victims of crime, but also sometimes perpetrating it. They form, and then forming healthy relationships. If we need to be in community and we don't know how to be in a relationship, it's really hard, because we do what we saw. We do what we were given, and we have to work to change it. I did a lot of parenting classes, and my line that I always gave parents were, you don't have to be perfect, just do better than you got. Just do a little bit better than you got, and we will change the generations. Parenting is hard. I have 3 kids, and they are all very different, and they are all very stubborn. Let's say tenacious. That's a more strength-based way to say that, right? They're tenacious. I can't tell them what to do anymore. They're all outside of high school. But they still come back, and we still connect, because it's important. It's important for them. I want to flip to the next screen here, because I want to get through the data and then just give you some personal stuff. People who have 4 or more ACEs, 12 times more at risk for suicide. 7 times more likely to develop alcoholism. 4 times more likely to develop depression. And then we down here, higher risk for using alcohol and other drugs, more likely to become substance use at a very young age, and higher rate of heart disease or lung cancer. Again, we talked about the whole spectrum that these things can trigger. On the other side, 5 or more likely to use illicit drugs, inject themselves with drugs. I'm not telling you guys anything, am I? We have a lot of people that are hurting, and because of a lot of things that have happened. So, why did one person who grew up a victim of abuse, I grew up poor. My family lived in tents and picked fruit on the West Coast. We traveled north to south throughout the year to try to find money and jobs, and my parents, and some of those things happened to me. So why am I a counselor at a school? How did I end up there? Sometimes, and we're going to go through this here really intensely, it was the fact that I had privilege. When people look at a white male, I got privilege. I'm looked at differently. Even in our society today, when we hope for better, the fact is, I have privilege. Not everybody has that privilege. Shouldn't be, but I'm going to move away from that for a second. Women are more likely than men to report higher ACEs. Gay, bisexual individuals experience it in a higher number as well. If you experience one, you're more likely to face another of these adverse childhood experiences. So, this one here speaks specifically to what I was talking about my privileges. There's higher rates in people of color. There just are. They experience these at a higher rate. Women experience more sexual abuse. Men do. I was one. But women experience it at a lot higher rate. Let's talk a little bit about stress. Is all stress bad? There's two terms, and they talk about three here, and I'll get to that. But there's two terms that I like to think about. There's distress. Who's familiar with distress? Who's had distress in their life? What about eustress? You ever heard that term? That's that thing. Anybody here ever played sports or competed in anything? That's that thing that triggers us, that gets us to rise to a challenge, to do something better, to reach beyond what we normally would do. That is that stress that rises up. I know there's at least one person in this room who runs an ungodly amount of running. but I think because part of that is there is that positive energy, that positive stress. So there is that element of stress that we need. We need that. If you think about this, anybody ever lifted weights other than like a gallon of milk? So you know that you can hurt yourself lifting, right? But if you lift and you routinely do it, you build muscle. You build strength. You build flexibility. For some of us older folks, that if we want to keep riding motorcycles, we better be able to be flexible. So in stress, when stress comes into our life, it can act like that. We get a resistance, and then we grow, and we resistance, and we grow. But when it becomes intolerable, when it comes to the place that we have no relief from it, every day is a fight just to get food, just to have some safety, to have respect, to feel like I do something that people value. When we take those hits day in, day out, all along, we develop a toxic stress. There is no relief. We can't see a way forward. And so then we seek to find ways to numb it and dumb it. And a lot of times we find ourselves looking for either substances or other things. I know that David was talking about the phone. Anybody here doesn't have a cell phone? Exactly. We have phones, doom scrolling, whatever you want to call it, getting buried in Reels and TikTok, looking at some really interesting stuff. But the truth is we have to numb because we have no relief from the stress. So we take what we can find. We need to find more adaptive, not maladaptive coping skills. Anybody here tell me what a coping skill is? Thank you. Yeah, something you might do. So sometimes, like I say, they're maladaptive. They're a negative thing. We find things that work. Self-harm often can be that. People can cut or burn or brand themselves. What are some other coping skills people have? Yeah. Okay. Reading. Did you say doing pages? Puzzles. Perfect. More. Painting. Meditation. Gardening. Life. My wife would agree with you that putting your hands in the dirt's the best thing you can do. Yep. Yep. And there's chemicals that are released when we're working soil that are positive for us. Anybody else have a coping skill? Listening to music. Anything else? When we are stressed, we activate a system in our body. I like to call it the lizard brain. All right? when in the back of our head, there's 12 pairs of cranial nerves. Here comes your anatomy lesson for the day. 12 pairs of cranial nerves. One of them travels down the back, loops all of our organs together, and that's called the vagus nerve. If you've ever done yoga, they probably talked about the vagus nerve or the vagal system. But the rest of them are up here, and they work in different ways. You mentioned music. One of that set of nerves goes to the middle ear, and in the middle ear, what do we have? A little fluid, these little stalks of wheat, like little cilia in there that kind of vibrate and move. When we listen to music, it causes that. It's like rubbing that lizard behind the ears, that little lizard brain. What does that lizard brain do? All right, if I walk outside and a bear comes out of the woods, do I have to go, grizzly bear? Black bear? That's a polar bear. Nope, it's a gummy bear. I swear it's a gummy bear. I don't do that. My brain doesn't have to process that. It goes, bear, and I'm gone. We need that activating brain, that instant response. The problem is, in our society today, we get bear poked all day long. We hear somebody, we see somebody smile, they look at us strange, we see all sorts of things. We watch the news, right? We listen to people talk about a variety of things on the news, but we see the pain and the hurt that's been going on. People being shot in churches, war in the world. Those things just keep triggering us, and we drift back into this toxic stress. So the body needs a way to deal with that. All right. So generational trauma, we talked about that. The first paragraph that you can't probably read talks about the fact that extended exposure to toxic stress makes a genetic, at a very baseline, genetic change in us. That is what creates that generational response. If you, picking my lovely friends out at the tribe out in Nia Bay, the fact that they were ripped out of their home, taken to boarding schools, told to not be who they were then brought back, and they were told not to participate in any of the cultural things that were part of their life. Not only that, they got brought to live on a little piece of land that was only a portion of what they had. This story isn't unique to them. There's peoples in this nation who have been treated as bad or worse. And so that generationally is embedded and encoded, and we have to work to change some of that. We have to acknowledge it, and that wasn't my intention to get up here to talk about, but it's important for us to recognize that we all don't start, like that video at the beginning, we all don't start in the same place in the line. Some of us have to make up that difference. Keep an eye on time. Toxic stress in the brain, you can maybe read that portion, but I'm going to read it to you. Stress pathways, anxiety, depression, and impaired learning and memory are affected by toxic stress. Connectivity, difficulty in understanding the significance of situations and determining the appropriate response. Emotional processing and regulation. Hypervigilance, reduced ability to pay attention. Reward mechanisms, damaged pleasure centers. We got to get it a different way. We have difficulty experiencing joy, so we need more to try to get to the same place. Disinhibition, difficulty with impulse control. Would it surprise you that if we were in Rolla High, junior high, middle school, there might be kids who've been given a label of attention dysfunction, ADHD, ADD. A lot of those symptoms that I just mentioned are that. I dare say that while I believe there is true ADHD. I think a lot of times some of our children are diagnosed with it because of the experiences that they have had. They have lived through trauma. They don't talk about it. They're not allowed to talk about it, but they have some of that same response. What does that mean? It just means we need to be more curious. We don't just need to label and stick people in that. Well, we need to be more curious about it because toxic stress over time can create some of those deficits. The beauty of the young mind, it's neuroplasticity. It's why I've always loved working with younger kids, because the tree isn't a 100-year-old oak at this point. it's a lithe tree that can be shaped. I grew up in the apple industry. We shaped trees constantly. We needed them to grow a certain way to be the most productive. You did it when they were young. You didn't wait till they were old. Not that we can't change when we're old. I change. I change all the time. But it's so much easier there. It's also the place where we're at the greatest risk because we're so neuroplastic. We're so flexible that we can be shaped in very negative ways. If you've ever been out west and you've seen trees that are just grown like this because the wind has blown that direction for so long that they have just shaped to it, and they are stuck that way. All right. I'm going to jump through this one here. One of the keys is that I want you to get today. Whatever element, who in here works in the industry of working with recovery? Yeah. Who in here works with church ministries or other ministries to help, just helping people in general? Thank you, thank you. All I want this to spawn in you today when we talk about ACEs is just to heighten awareness. You may know all of this. Nothing in here may be new to you, but the truth of the matter is we need to guide ourselves through understanding of what happens to people, especially when they're young, but happens to us through life. Shapes how we see, therefore we need to shape how we help. We want to be useful, not helpful. You know the difference? It's 5 o'clock on a Friday. Mom calls me and says, hey, I got no diapers. Okay, I'll go get you some diapers. But I'm going to ask this question next. If you hadn't got a hold of me, what would you have done? And the reason for that is I don't want to be an enabler. And goodness knows in this industry we know what that word means. I want to be a helper. I want to be a useful helper. I want to be someone to help them grow, building those resources. But so as we build our programming, our assessment, that's the first little button up there, the little 5-sided star, if you will. That's what it's talking about. It's talking about the fact that we need to be better at knowing what we're seeing. Don't make the assumption because the kid can't sit still in his seat that he needs Ritalin or he needs Adderall. Maybe what he needs is talk about what's been going on in his life. Maybe what he needs is some counseling. Doesn't mean he can't use the other, but it's something we need to make sure that we're aware of, that we're seeing it through a lens and understanding how trauma affects us. We need to also look at our capacity. One of the things I know is true about Darren and the people he works with, he is an advocate. He absolutely believes that we can do better, that our government can do better, that we can demand more of ourselves, of our churches, of every dollar that's spent. We need to be aware that we can do better. And so I know he challenges for that. So viewing it through that lens and saying there is more we can do. We can't just assume that the same thing that we're going to do as we move down this thing towards our planning and our treatment is that we're just going to do it the way we've always done it. We need to innovate. We need to get creative. What worked for this person will not work for this person. It might kind of work, but if we really want to do, we've got to be innovative. And so that means we need to be more precise. We also need to build in those protective pieces. We need to make our community a safe place for people to land. I love, again, I don't know, I'm going to wave a flag for the mission, but one of the things I love about the mission is I painted a lot of that stuff because I used to be on staff at the vineyard when it was there, and we started that process when we added washers and dryers. That's all we did. And then a place where a couple people could sit. And oh, by the way, couldn't we have a clothes closet? And now it's become something amazing that's really busting at the seams and needs to grow. We just need to get behind it. Anyway, there's the commercial for the mission. But the idea is that they are, and Connie's not here, is she? Connie was my supervisor back in 2003. And I remember catching Connie. I'll tell on her. I caught her one weekend at a park. I drove up and she's sitting there on her car. And I'm like, what are you doing here? And she says, just waiting. And what she was doing was she was providing resources out of the trunk of her car to people that were homeless who were afraid to say anything because they didn't want to lose their kids. And that's Connie. And when she went to work at the mission, I knew that we had a great advocate there. And she's such an amazing person. Anyway, again, cheerleading for Connie. Yay. I think I'm going to move into my, So please, if you want to know more about this particular information, if you want to dig into some of the detail that, I mean, we could have done a day seminar on this topic. I ain't doing that to you, and I'm not dragging you through that. But if you love that sort of data, it's out there on their website. So, see which time I got here. I'm going to take about 4 minutes, and then I'm going to see if you have any questions to talk a little bit about me. I don't know when it changed for me. When it became when I saw addiction as somebody's choice instead of seeing it for what it really is, for something that's attacking somebody. I take a pill salad every morning. My body's going to make it, but it's only supported through chemistry right now. But diabetic, heart condition, I've had open heart surgery. My body is kind of aging. But when addiction is a disease, it is an illness, it is a hurt. It comes from a lot of sources, and we talked about a few. It comes from a lot of different places. But when I finally got, I guess, the joke, maybe, that these people are just like me. They're just trying to get through things. My own recovery, I made a choice. I stopped. I quit doing that stuff. It's not that easy. Again, I had privilege. Some people don't have privilege. And what they need is somebody to sit with them, not somebody to tell them, hey, come out of there. You got to climb in with them and pull them out. And that's what the mission does. That's what Navigate does. That's what recovery programs in this valley, in this area do, is we reach in and we get down in there with them and we guide them out. We walk with them. We don't tell them how to fix it. That's old school. We need to innovate. We need to get better. We need to be better. Anybody have any questions about anything? You just drank from a fire hose. I know that. Here's all this information. Any thoughts? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And how did you find help? Did you go there? Did somebody find you?
Somebody helped me through the Compass and the Well-Being.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Anyone else have anything? Yes.
Most of what you talked about, I know.
Okay.
As a child, I knew I was mentally ill. My mom tried to beat it out of me. Emotional, physical abuse, went through it all my life. Some situations and stuff I ended up doing to myself. But my son is now 21, and I made a partnership with him that, I would quit. So far I've quit alcohol, cigarettes, marijuana. Opioids, never had a problem with. They have to give me scopolamine before they can even do a surgery. Currently I have cancer, nursing home, the health industry is really hard for me because diagnosed with scoliosis, oh, couldn't outgrow it. Teenager, lumps in my breast, oh well. All the way up until I was 56 years old. And Dr. Pittman at Mercy took the lead and actually got everything started.
Yeah.
I was diagnosed 1B, 1A, HR positive, HR negative, 2 different types of cancer. And I've been fighting this all my life. Now I know why I have to have low pressure to keep my pulse rate down below 140. That's bad. I was actually in the ER and intensive care for 5 days in March when they took out my thyroid. Dang near killed me. I've been on mental health pills since '97, and I know for sure they cause homicidal, suicidal tendencies to get worse. I've got a loud voice. I can hear them. So I know a lot of what you're talking about. I've been through hell and I come out the other side. I found my best friend dead in her bed. But ever since I met Millie Simpson and her family, things have been going better. They actually mentored my son and helped me as well. And so I've been in Celebrate Recovery for a year now.
Amen. You know, one word comes to mind as I listen to you. That's resilient. And I think that that is one of the messages out of this is having had experiences does not mean that you're destined for a certain journey. That we can develop a resiliency. That muscle building, sometimes muscle building is hard. It's really hard. And it's not fair. But people take that mindset and they push through. And you're encouraging your son. You're partnering with them. You're getting partnerships with people. Community makes us healthy. It does. Anyone else? How are we doing? Oh, got a few minutes. Anybody else have anything? Okay. Now that you saw a microphone shoved in your face, maybe you don't want that.
I'll tell you how resilient I am. My mama was my youth when I left that church and my mom she takes me to my doctor's appointment, but she still don't listen to me.
That microphone's back, by the way.
Yeah.
So, if there's no other questions, let me kind of take us on a little summary here, and then maybe we'll be a little ahead of schedule. Stuff happens to us. If we live, we're going to have things happen to us. It's just the nature of it. Some of them, most of them, we didn't do anything to make it happen. It happened to us, not because of us. Right? I know me, I used to talk to my parents about this. I'd say, they would tell me what it was like. Said, we were really poor. And I said, I didn't know we were poor. I had no idea we were poor because they made sure that I had something. And so they were able to do that. But sometimes there are parents who are hurting so much that they can't meet their own needs, much less their kids. And that's where we need our community to come around it. Sometimes that's scary. I don't want anybody knocking on my door and coming in my home to talk to me about my babies at all. Because I've seen what happens in kids, people lose their kids. And so there's a lot of fear and a lot of things that are created by this. What's the answer to that? I don't know. I know that the people who work in children's services are so overworked and there's so much to do and their caseloads are huge. And I don't know the answer, but I do know that we together can get to the answer to some of these things. We can love on these kids. We can find ways to help them. We can put access points in the schools. Compass Health has school-based therapists, of which I was one. That's why I was in all these schools. You're just a contact point there, but you have a chance to talk to kids and then connectively to their families. We need access to care. We need to fund it on a state and a federal level. Now I'm going to get on a soapbox. We need to fund these things. People shouldn't have to wonder about how they get care. We should do that. We should do that. And I'm more than happy to give more taxes if they spend it where it is useful. That's it. All right, politics aside. You two spend a lot of time working with hurting teenagers, and you hear stories that would break our hearts. I thank you for what you do. These are good people. And they make a difference. I'm sure that if I went around this room, there's a bunch of you who do that kind of work. You are making a difference. Don't lose sight of that. When it gets heavy, when it gets hard, call somebody in this room, somebody you know, and say, let me lean on you for a minute because I'm about done. I'm just tired. This stuff burns us out. But I started doing this in 1986. That's a long time to do pretty much anything. And people will come to me and they will ask my advice and they'll say, hey, what do you think I should do if I want to be a counselor? And I say, well, if you can do anything else, you should. Because this isn't about, anything other than I am called. God has put this in my heart, and it is who I am. And he has made me to do this. And I step fully into that because sometimes I walk into the bathroom, I look in the mirror and say, I got nothing. I say, God, you got to fill this up. And there are times where I get to sit in front of people, and God just pops something in my head and says, ask this. And it's like, they're going to think I'm crazy. What do you mean ask this? And when I follow through and I honor him, it always goes to that place. They'll look at me and they're like, why did you ask that? And boom. So this stuff is the work. It is the go ye therefore. This work is that. You're doing the Lord's business. Appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. All right. Thank you. Let's give Phil another hand. All right. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break. So we want to get back in here for our next presentation. We'll start right at 11:05. So if you can, Compass Health has their substance use disorder mental health mobile unit out. So if you want to go take a quick tour and talk to Melissa, she can tell you about the types of services we provide from there. Get a chance to network with the vendors and also just kind of introduce yourselves to others. There are many people in here that are just like everybody is. We know I can't do what you can do, and you can't do what I can do, but together we're better, right? So get a chance to connect with people. That's part of what we want to do as we're celebrating Addiction Recovery, Mental Health Recovery Month, okay? So let's be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, thank you, everybody. If we can find our way back into our seats, and we're going to get started with our next presentation. And so we have Sarah Beal here from the mission, and she's going to come up and share about, and I always refer to this as community impact. I think it's so very important to understand that the work that is going on in our community, how it impacts our community, and certainly we're talking about in a very, very positive way. I'm always amazed when I hear some of the statistics about the mission, and then meet some of the wonderful people I've been so privileged to meet that have been a part of an experience that they've had at the mission that has been life-changing. So thankful that we have the mission team here. If you work for the mission, can you all stand up? I see Dr. Wilson is in here as well. You got some board members in here as well. Amen. And so we thank God for you all being here today. Kasia couldn't make it today, but Sarah's going to read her testimonial. I think it's very important for us to be reminded that many of us have lived experience, and this is why we're doing what we're doing, but also that recovery is real, and we do recover. People recover, right? We recover from addiction. We recover from mental health. We recover from life circumstances. And it's so important that we celebrate each other for that. Let's give each other a hand. All right, let's give Sarah a hand as she comes. She's going to introduce herself a little bit more, tell us about the work that she does at the mission, and take us farther. Thank you. Sound and video team just reminded me that we're live streaming, so they're going to bring mics out. So if you have a question or you want to make a comment, if you would be so kind to please use the microphone for the purpose of picking your voice up a little bit better for the live stream. Thank you.
Good morning. So as he said, I'm Sarah. I'm from the mission, and so I came to the mission in July of 2021, and it's actually kind of funny how I got there because I was taking licensed minister classes through First Assembly, and so we all do it. You know, I'm praying for my purpose, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to do this. And so I keep hearing the missions, and I'm like, oh, Lord, like, I will do what you tell me, and I love you, but, like, please no. Like, I have 5 kids. I do not want to be moving all around the world with them, and, you know, but I was like, you know, if that's where you want me to go, that's where I'm going to go. And so I talked to, like, a few missionaries, and I'm, like, about to, like, join the program, and I'm, like, ready, you know, but it just didn't, like, sit well with me. Like I was doing what I thought I needed to do, but like when I was praying, I was still hearing it, and it wasn't like this is it, like you're on the right path. And so then I found out after I'd lived here for a while that we had a homeless shelter, and the homeless population has always been something that has just been really on my heart, and I never knew how I would connect with it, but I knew it was something. Like every time I saw them, just like was able to interact and stuff, like I knew there was a place for me with them. I'm telling you, when I heard that it was called the Rolla Mission, it was like this like lightning bolt inside of me, and I was like, oh, praise the Lord. Okay, I can do this. Like, I'm ready for this. And so that's how I came to the mission. It was so wonderful. It was me, Brandy, and Ashley when I started. And so when I was able to come on at the mission, I was able to take some things off of Ashley, because she was doing all of the director stuff. She was doing case management and then everything that I do. And so I'm the marketing and donor relations manager. I do public relations, donor relations, donations, fundraising, events, social media. I had our Welcome Home program. And so I took all of that off of Ashley, and so she was able to start applying for grants, and we were able to start working through Vista and get some people. And so now, when I started in July of 2021, we were a staff of 3, and now we are a staff of 12. Oh, I don't, he told me to click this. I have slides. I don't think I'm doing it right. Okay. And so now we have a staff of 12. We have a whole case management team. Oh, here we go. All right. Okay, and so it's just, I love being there. It's one of those things, like, when I found that place, it was just like I said, like that lightning bolt inside of me. And so, like, it's my home, like, it's my career. I love being there. I don't plan on ever leaving, and Ashley's promised me that she would not make me leave, so we're set. So at the Rolla Mission, we work closely with community partners to address immediate needs like shelter, food, and basic care. And then we also lay a foundation for long-term success. And so our goal is to protect their dignity and create pathways forward through compassion, connection, and consistency. And so this presentation is a little different for me because we're focusing a lot on like recovery. And so I don't have, I had a moment where I was addicted to alcohol and I was freed from that, praise the Lord. But thank you. um, so my side of it and how I talk to people and work with people is I just call it a sidelines thing because addiction has affected my life from the sidelines. So, like, my father was an alcoholic, and so I didn't know him for most of my life. And then various things through my life, my children's father was addicted to drugs, and so that ended our marriage. And then my sister, she is now in prison due to alcohol-related incidences, and so it's affected me a lot from the sidelines, and so I think the Lord uses that for me to help people who are also being affected that way. And so with the mission, we do have a lot of people that are in recovery, or we have some that are, active and they're working and striving to, get into that place of recovery. And so we have a program, and it's called Rise and Rebuild, which I'll cover that a little more in a slide later. But so one of the things that we do with our case management team is we work closely with SEMO. And so how that process works when somebody comes to us, case management, Mandy is on that team as a certified peer recovery coach. Yeah. And so they immediately get them in, and like Maslow's hierarchy, we take care of like basic needs first. And so once they come in and we notice that addiction is an issue for them, they instantly start working on that side, and so they get them connected with SEMO. I know there's some other programs that we work with, a program at Four Rivers, and then I know we work closely with Compass as well. And so when someone goes, once substance use disorder is established, we refer them to SEMO, and then SEMO creates a treatment plan. We are not in that. All we do is we help the patron to follow that and work through that. And so they work with SEMO on that, and then we work closely with SEMO to make sure things are going the way that's needed, and then they reevaluate as they need. And then the resources that we offer in-house is we have an in-house counselor, and then we are also working on bringing more aboard. And then we have a one-on-one peer support, Mandy, and then Kasha does it for our outreach team. And then they meet weekly with case management or the peer recovery, but they're there as much as they need. So if it's 5 times a week, 7 times a week, they're there to work with them as they can. And then we have Project Heal on Monday nights, and we also have a recovery class that Mandy leads once a week that people are able to attend. And then we have various Bible studies and different things that are involved at the mission for them. And then of course, we are always there with non-judgmental listening, love, and support. And so my main thing is I am not a counselor in any way. And so like they'll be talking to me and I'm listening, and then it gets to a point and I'm like, we really need to find Connie or Mandy. Like I'm listening and I'll pray, with you, for you. I'll be there, but we need to find Connie and Mandy. Okay. And so Rhonda came to us in June of 2024, and she immediately got to work. So one of the main things that people always say is like, why don't they just get a job? Why don't they just do this? And so a lot of us know that it's not that easy, so you have to have a birth certificate, a driver's license or ID, and a social security card to apply for a job. And so, or housing. And so as soon as somebody comes to work with us, we immediately start on that stuff. And so just to put it a little into perspective, we had a patron of ours, his name is Alan, and he came to us and he had lost all of his documents. And so they started working with him, and his was actually really easy and a faster process, but it still took him 5 weeks. So he was in standstill for 5 weeks to even be able to apply for a job or anything like that. And so that's just a little perspective on the time frame. Some people, their birth certificate is like on hold. If it's like from the bigger, cities and stuff, it could be on hold for like, 3 to 6 months, Mandy? And so until they get that, they can't get their ID. And so we have to wait for that. But so Rhonda, when she came to us, like, she immediately got to work and she was ready to go, and we really miss her. But she started working with them, and even through all of that, like getting, on it really quickly, it still took her 9 months to be in her own home. And so she is in her own home now, and she is loving it. Yes. And so some of the things that Rhonda faced was like long waiting lists, repeated rejections, lack of funding assistance, living on a fixed income, and then also like no experience navigating the housing system. And so Connie and Mandy and Kasha, they work with them on just like doing applications and things like that. Like if I ever had to apply for a house again, I would probably get their help too, because I don't know that I would know how to do everything. And so they also have no experience creating a budget to sustain like independent living. And so that is one of our programs in the Rise and Rebuild, one of our classes in the Rise and Rebuild program is they work on budgeting. It's called Housing Readiness. And so they do budgeting, they do like, just like basic maintenance of your house. And they also do cooking classes, food safety, a lot of stuff in there. And so our case management team, and every year it gets better, and I just love it. But our case management team, and these are numbers for 2024. So they were able to help 113 people get IDs and birth certificates last year. We were able to help 92 people secure jobs. And then this is something that's really exciting for me is we have mental health and substance use support. And so we were able to help have 243 sessions of counseling, and we had 142 referrals to treatment in 2024. So they worked really hard for those numbers, so they do great. And so with our housing, we had 136 housing. So our housing rate is 54%, where the national average is 32.4%. So. And so community impact, this is where a lot of you have come in. We served 32,897 meals, 16,237 loads of laundry. And so for anybody who doesn't know, our meals program and our laundry program, even our showers, our hygiene, our welcome home program, those are programs at the mission that are available to anyone in Phelps County. And so if you ever need that service, just get a hold of me and I can point you in the right direction for you or for a client. And then we had 13,009 hours of volunteer hours served. And then with our Welcome Home program, so what the Welcome Home program is, I created that in July of 21. And so people kept calling me and they're like, hey, we have a bed. And I'm like, I don't have a space. And then somebody would move in and then I wouldn't have a bed. And so I was like, okay, what do I do? And so I worked with the Vineyard Church at the time and I said, I just need like a small space to like keep a couch, keep a bed, keep a chair, like something, because they're moving into their house and they have nothing. And so I just didn't want them to have to go through that, because it's already a long process and very stressful. And so I created the program, and so we were able to furnish 208 homes in 2024. And so that can consist of kitchen supplies, hygiene, clothing. Mainly it's like beds, couches, things like that we work with them to get, so that when they're coming home, they're actually coming home and they have a place to sleep and things to work with. So it's really great. So our impact in August, we had 2,608 meals. We had 1,560 loads of laundry. We had 15 people housed, and then 3 people secured employment. Oh, supposed to be there. That was my rough draft. So this is our case management team. And so the man before, I didn't catch his name, but Phil. Okay, so he, went on about Connie, so he kind of stole my spotlight about her, but she is incredible. She is one of my really good friends, and she does a really good job leading our case management team and just doing the things. Like, it really amazes me, like, how she always finds a way with stuff. And she's just always there for people, and the way she can work with them and get them to talking, like, God made her exactly for that, and she follows it perfectly. And then Mandy spoke at this last year, and so this year is Cash's turn, but she is sick, but I do have her paper to fill out. And so just a little bit about Mandy. She was a patron of ours, and then she quickly just moved up, graduated her program, and then she became a Vista for us, and then now she is our certified peer recovery coach. So, round for Mandy. And then I'm going to read it in Cash's story, but it started as my Vista, and then they took her from me. So, and then Andrew, he's not technically under the case management program. He's our programs director, but he leads our Rise and Rebuild program, and he works very closely with our case management team on the care for our patrons while they are there. All right, now we're to Rise and Rebuild. And so we started this program in January, and what our Rise and Rebuild program is, it's like a pathway out of crisis. And so what we were noticing, and as every organization starts, like as you're growing and building, like you're seeing the gaps and, where you're missing things. And so one of our things was sometimes our case management team just to together, and we looked at other shelters, and we're like, what do we need here at the Rolla Mission? And so we came up with Rise and Rebuild. And so what Rise and Rebuild does is there are some people that are just not ready for help. And so we meet their basic needs: food, shelter. They are allowed to stay in our emergency shelter site for 30 days in a calendar year overnight. But they are allowed to come in for showers, laundry, food, hygiene, any of that all year. And so when somebody comes in, they stay for 7 days, and then they can submit an application to our Rise and Rebuild program. When they submit that application, Connie and Drew, they go over it, they have an interview with the person. When they are accepted, they have a drug and alcohol screening. And then, so our Rise and Rebuild program is a sober program. And then we do have things happen, and grace needs to be given. And so we do have, the case management team works really well to work through that with them. We give them chances, and things happen, we all know it. And so they work with them through that. But so that is one of the things that is required of them is sober living. And then they have to save 80% of their income. They have to attend 2 classes a week, and they have to work with case management regularly. And then when they are eligible for employment, like I was explaining about Alan, it took him 5 weeks. So as soon as they are eligible for employment, they have 30 days to get a job. Something new that we started, I think in July, is our mentorship program. And so it's a one-on-one mentorship program that pairs community volunteers with participants in the Rise and Rebuild program. And so that's just to provide like consistency, encouragement, and accountability. And so to become a mentor, you contact Emily, and then she works with you on background check. You do have to have a drug and alcohol screening. And so it's 1 hour per week for 6 months to a year. And you will be paired with one of the patrons in our Rise and Rebuild program. And so you have to be over the age of 18, no felonies for the last 5 years. You cannot be on probation. And like I said, you must pass a drug and background check. And so there's a lot of ways that you can help at the mission. And so you can become a monthly partner. You can help us spread the word by sharing our Facebook, talking to people. Anybody is welcome to come do a tour with me at any time. We do have a form for that. Most people just stop in and I, take a few minutes to show them around. So I recommend that everybody comes to see what we are doing there. And if you have a group, I am totally cool with that also. And then you can also volunteer with us or just stay connected with us through our Facebook. We are having a walk, and I gave some flyers. I don't know where they put them. Oh, there we go. They're on that table. And so, the Four Rivers table. Okay, thank you. And so we are having our annual awareness walk on October 11th. And then after the walk, we go to Crossroads Auditorium, and we have a dinner and a silent auction. And this year we are also having a raffle. And so I got a TV and some other really good stuff. And so those tickets will be available probably Wednesday if you guys want to start coming to get those. And then I wanted to end it. I did something. It's not moving. Huh? Oh, try again. Okay. Oh, there we go. So I wanted to end with Chris. And so Chris has been to the shelter a few times, probably in the last year, I believe. And so, like I said earlier, there are some people that come and they're just not ready. And that was Chris. He was just not ready. And so he came back with us couple weeks ago, and he's ready. And it is a totally different Chris that we are seeing, and it's just incredible. And so when I was talking to him, he just kept talking about how free he felt and how ready he was. And so Chris was introduced to drugs when he was 17 by his brother. And so he mentioned that trying to recover is hard when you stay around the same people. He said the main thing is, they don't want to be alone either, so they just keep handing you stuff. And so he just couldn't get it together. He just could not be serious about his recovery. And so he needed change. And so after decades of addiction, hopelessness, and trauma, it led Chris to the mission. And so this is his third time in recovery. And the main thing, besides the free, the main thing that he kept telling me is that he was led by God. And he just really felt connected to God this time. And it was like God was just speaking to him, and he was like, this is it. This is your time. It's going to work. And so I just kept calling him the free Chris, because that's what he kept telling me. And so he was like, yeah, I'm the free Chris. And I was like, okay, cool. But talking to that Chris was it was a lot different. And it's just so wonderful to get to see those things. And so I asked him if he could sum it up into a feeling, and just a one sentence, very short thing. And he just said, I am okay now. And that, I don't know why it hit me so hard, but I started crying, then he's crying. And it was so simple, and it was so perfect, because I feel like that's just kind of the point that you get to. It's just I'm okay now. And so that was just really great for Chris. So that is everything about the mission. All right, thank you. So does anyone have any questions for me?
I have a question. How long has the mission been in existence, number one? And then number two, from what I've gathered from Pastor Faison is that, there's opposition in regards to the mission and where you're located and all that. Could you talk to us a little bit about that and you guys' plans on going forward?
Yes. So the mission started in 2014 as a free laundry service once a week through the Vineyard Church. And then they noticed that it needed to be more than once a week, and people were hungry, so they started serving lunch. And then from there, when they were leaving, like closing up, because it was a nightly, they did lunch and dinner, and I think it alternated depending on the day. And so then they just noticed that it was something that was like needed to be a regular thing. And then when they were going outside, they noticed people were just sleeping on the sidewalk and across the street and just everywhere. And so they started having the emergency shelter, October through March. And then in 2016, we became a 501c3. And for a while, we had to close from 2 weeks to a month. Out of the year, we couldn't remain open for a whole year. And so then some laws changed, things changed, and we were able to start being open 24/7. And so at the mission, everyone checks in by about 9 p.m. and through the check-in system, they have to be over the age of 18. They cannot be a registered sex offender. They have to live in Phelps County, and they have to be fully capable of taking care of themselves. They can get on our bed list, and that's when they start working with case management. If they are not able to stay with us due to any of those things not being met, then they immediately start working with CASHA, who is our outreach team, and so that they can still get the help in some way. And then the second question, the opposition. Okay, and so we're actually in a really good place right now because since I've been there, and Ashley found out that I liked public relations, she's like, "You do?" And I was like, "Yeah." She said, "Okay, cool." And so she handed it to me. And so over the years, I've been meeting with city council, I've been meeting with churches, I've been meeting with a lot of people that do not care for us, our location, our patrons. And so as I've been meeting with them over the years, we are finally in the good grace of the city council to where we can work together. And so, yes, that is a big one. I have been working hard for that. I remember that meeting when we got the yes, like me and Ashley were just like squeezing hands and we're like, we're going to do this. And so, so we are finally in good graces of them. We are working now on our sprinkler system so that we can be compliant with the new zoning codes that we're under. And so that'll take us a couple of years. And so as of right now, we don't have plans to move into a different building. And that's our main thing. We just want to do what we're doing. And if it's where we're at, then it's where we're at. Yeah, of course. All right, thank you. Any other questions? Am I sitting good on time for CASHA? Okay. Okay. And so, as we've said a few times, CASHA is not here. She got COVID and she's not feeling well. And so, I'm going to read this for her, but my perspective of CASHA for a quick minute is she is my best friend. I met her when she was in active addiction. My sister was in active addiction, and I was not fond of either of them. And so I would always tell my sister, I'm like, you don't need to hang out with her. You don't need to hang out with her. Like, I don't really care for her, and I'm trying to work on my sister. And then, and I'm not going to give her story away, but things happened. CASHA was in recovery, and we met after that, which I was very reluctant to do, but I was like, fine, I'll come. And so I came, and now she is my best friend, and I love her with everything in me. And so, from CASHA. Hello, my name is CASHA Blankenship. I am an addict in recovery, and today I'm going to share a little of my story with you. It started in my childhood. I lived in a home with a passive mother who had also been abused her whole life, mentally and physically, and my father who was abusive. My parents had 6 kids at this time. I now have 9 brothers and sisters. When I got old enough to start thinking for myself, my older brother and I spoke to my mom about the abuse and that we wanted it out of our lives. That is when my life really started to change. My parents got divorced, and I tried to move in with my aunt and uncle. That did not work out, and they sent me back to live with my mother, who moved to Rolla and had begun yet another abusive relationship with a man. By this time, I was around 14 or 15, and I met a girl who rode my bus and started using drugs with her. I moved in with her and her mother, who were both addicts. I eventually moved in with her older sister and was sexually abused by men much older than me. When that living situation did not work out, my mom helped me get an apartment and my GED at 16 and got a job at the Old Sonic. At this time, I started experimenting with harder drugs like meth, and I met a guy who was just like the men my mom ended up with. I stayed with him in a horribly abusive and toxic relationship for several years. I caught a Class B felony at 17 for manufacturing marijuana. This started a whole new journey as the legal system was now involved in my mess of a life. But that did not stop my partying and desire to numb the pain from all my traumas. I started using drugs intravenously around 18 and spent the next 6 years of my life in and out of prison. I lived in a tent behind Green Acres Park for a while and couch surfed the rest of the time. I would go in for a year, then get out for a year, and continue that until I got pregnant. I was 7 weeks along when I found out, and I knew that my partying was over. My mom let me stay with her, and I got a job at McDonald's. I stayed at that job for 6 years. My son's father was also on drugs, but I knew when he saw our son being born, it would change his life, and I was correct. We will have been together for 9 years on April 1st, 2026, and clean since June of 2017. Shortly after my boyfriend found out, he was the father to 2 beautiful twin daughters. They were 3 years old, and my son was 6 months old at this time. So within 1 year, I became a first-time mom and a bonus mom while navigating through sobriety. I climbed my way up to management, and that job was my first real step towards stability. It was during that time that something shifted inside me. I had always known there was a bigger purpose for my life, but it really started to set in at this point. I started school to get my associate's degree in paralegal studies and was turned down by 3 law firms due to my background. So I gave up and started looking for whatever my calling may have been. I took a huge leap and started at the Mission through the VISTA program as a volunteer, working as a development associate. At the time, I had heard of peer support, so I started looking into it and had plans to try and get my certification for that, when I discovered the Mission was opening a position for an outreach peer. I've now been working at the Rolla Mission for the past 2 years, and for the last year and a half, I've been blessed to serve on the outreach team as a certified recovery support specialist. Through the outreach program, I am able to travel to encampments, under bridges, and wherever anyone may lay their head to sleep while unhoused throughout the county. When I meet an individual, I immediately start analyzing what they may want or need and how I can help them. I am able to provide them with water, sleeping bags, survival backpacks, snacks, Narcan, fentanyl test strips, flashlights, CPR masks, over-the-counter medications, and most of all, a listening ear. We are also able to provide clothing and hygiene as needed. As I get to know these amazing individuals, I work on getting their birth certificate, ID, social security card, and figuring out how they will pay for housing, whether they need a job or to apply for disability. We help them. Along the way, I make sure their medical needs are met if they are willing. We make sure they have Medicaid and take them to doctor's appointments, advocate for them if they need, and assist them in getting glasses or dentures. This helps build self-esteem, leading to better mental health. Some individuals struggle with substance abuse, and we can assist them in getting enrolled in MAT program, treatment, detox, or sober living. Whatever they need to be successful, with our main goal being housing. We do connect them with our local resources in the process as well. I can assist them in applying for food stamps, and if they don't qualify, I can take them to food drives to make sure their needs are met. If they are hurt, I can take them to urgent care or clean and bandage their wounds. There was another paragraph to that, and I don't know what happened to it. So that is Kasha's story, and since Kasha has been working on the outreach team, I believe last year there was over a 75% decrease in overdose deaths. Our outreach team started in January of 2024. And then Kasha has been working by herself with volunteers, Mandy, Connie, board members that go with her and things so that she can still go to the encampments and stuff and stay safe. And so she is really making an impact with our outreach. And through her efforts, it has even made working with the police easier. So now when things happen, they call us first instead of just taking people to jail and giving a bunch of tickets. They call us first and they work with us. And again, she's my best friend, so I may be a little biased, but she's incredible and she's done incredible things, and I'm really proud of her. So that's all for me. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate. If you're with the mission, stand up again. If you work currently at the mission, right? Dr. Patrick, listen, if you don't stand up, you're a board member. You got a mission shirt on, you won't even stand up. But we certainly thank you all. We have Project Hill has the privilege of working at the mission every Monday night, and we're certainly glad for our partnership. One thing that Sarah left out, I'm going to bring up, Mandy probably doesn't want me to, but we do worship music when we're over there on Monday nights. And Mandy used to come in and sing with us. Yeah, you forgot that. We got her on video singing with the worship band and leading worship. But certainly we have a good time. We're going to get ready to transition for lunch, but I want to give a couple shout outs real quick. Four Rivers, we have Anna French. Can you stand up, Anna? We have anybody else here from Four Rivers? Right. Yeah, my wife works for Four Rivers as well. So we certainly thank Four Rivers for being here. Four Rivers is one of our key sponsors in being able to put on events such as this. They have also helped our Project Hill mobile efforts get out into the community and provide things like tents, and various items for our unhoused friends in various locations. So we're certainly glad for the partnership, and thank you, Anna, for being here. CMO, we have Nikki here. Can you stand up, Nikki? Nikki's part of the ICTS team at CMO. We're so thankful for the work that they're doing. So Southeast Missouri Behavioral Health. I know we keep throwing out acronyms, but she and the ICTS team help work with adults who are referred from the Department of Corrections that need some intense work with SUD and mental health. And so her team helps provide that here in Phelps County. So we're so thankful for being a partner, particularly with Silver Linings. I serve on the Silver Linings board, and so we're certainly thankful for the partnership there. We have Compass Health in the building as well. Can you stand up if you with Compass Health? Yeah. I know who you all are, right? Say that again. Yes, and our mobile crisis team is outside. So we're so thankful for all that you all are doing as well in the community. So many services. So I hope you all are getting to learn about some of the services that we help provide throughout the community. Am I missing somebody? Okay. So I want to highlight AV Alcoholics Victorious. Can you all stand up? The AV team. And Steve, remind me almost, yeah, Lisa, she's out at the table. Lisa, is she out at the table? Okay. Steve, remind me how many years you all have been involved. 31 years. Right, 31 years. We had an opportunity to go over to Church of the Nazarene to see Soul Purpose. in a concert. We so enjoyed that. And Soul Purpose is a band that does prison ministry, and many of them have had lived experience as well. But they tour around, and we're hoping to get them here next year for National Recovery Month, so we can do a concert in the evening and have dinner and things like that. But we really enjoyed that, and we're so glad to be in partnership with them as well. And so if you're on the Project Heal team, stand up. Our whole church better stand up. Well, everybody's not here. I know some people are back in the kitchen. So we thank you all for all the work that you all do. And I know where my sons are, but they help us on Monday nights playing music over at the Mission. Rebecca is a certified peer and substance use disorder counselor who is as a volunteer for Project Heal. She joined our team a couple years ago, and Sister Maddie Smith, who has recently returned to Rolla, just finished her classes to become a certified peer specialist. She'll be taking her credentialing test second week of October. I get the privilege of helping her with that last piece of it when she becomes a certified peer. I'll be proctoring her exam. So we're excited about what God is doing, right? So we need more people to come alongside, as Phil said, to come alongside people who are needing assistance, right? And so this is one of the ways to do that, become a volunteer. All the organizations here, I'm sure, provide a way for you to help. There are many events going on. I don't see Ruth in here. Is she at the table? Healing Hearts? Okay. So make sure you check in with Healing Hearts. I know they're out at the table. Let's give them a hand. We have Amber Sidwell. Send up Amber. Anytime I call Amber, it's like if she can't do it, it can't be done. Amber works with the Phelps and Mary's County Health Department. So I just texted her something and asked her if she had some items at her table. She said no, she does not have those items at her table. She said I could come by and pick some of those things up. So we would be able to provide fentanyl test strips as well as xylazine test strips if people are interested in those. And I feel like I'm missing somebody on the list. That was on my list. Am I missing anybody? Sam, did you stand up when I said, where's the Project Heal team at? Okay. What? Sam, you got to stand up by yourself now. Woo! Man. Sam is going to be giving his testimonial here on the second Sunday at our Friends and Family Day. He was part of the mission and all the work that you heard Sarah talking about. He has matriculated through that program as well as been a part of our Project Heal team, always giving others words of encouragement. He attends some of the other things here. Project Hill does the Bible studies here and things like that. So he'll be here live and in person on the second Sunday of October to share his testimony. We're so excited, right? Yes, Manny. And what's her last name? Okay, yes. Yes, Vicky. Okay. And it's awesome. That's part of the reason we do this is so people can make connections. There are many other organizations that are desiring, just like the Church of Christ, they're desiring to be more involved in some of the efforts that were shared today. So I have Vicky's information. And so if you have other information as we get ready to have lunch and want to network, to share that where people can contact her as well, see if there's some opportunities for them to get involved. Let's give Sister Maddie a hand. Yeah. Amen. Yeah, amen. 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 Let's give Sister Maddie a hand. Thank you so much. Kathy Olvera, we need to have some lunch. She hates when I call up her. Let's give her a hand as she comes. She is in charge of our hospitality team that does our catering, and she's going to give us some instructions. So please, over lunch, we'll spend about 30 minutes. Please take time to network. I know you're sitting where you're sitting, it's okay, but if you can get up and visit a little bit, hit the vendors again, if you brought some cards, or just share your information, and it doesn't commit you to anything other than let's just get to know each other a little bit more, right? And so when there's a need, we can reach out. You know, I can tell you when you hear Dana's presentation about the Department of Corrections and Dr. Parks, when he talks about the work that's being done in the community and abroad, you and everybody that we've heard, I just think we should have a sense of urgency to join together, because together we're better. Together we're better. Here you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, in the back we have 2 tables, one on each side. They both have the exact same thing. What we're going to do is we're going to start with the speakers' tables first, and Martha's going to come up and release one table from each side, so that won't be too crowded up there. Okay, Martha, that's you.
Okay, we're gonna get ready to kick it off. I know everybody's still kind of in the hall out there. Sister Martha, can you ask people to come on in? We're gonna get started. Yeah, well, they're trickling out, and then some people are supposed to be trickling in. So, all right. Did you see my wife out there? Oh, is she? Okay. Oh, it's probably because people in the back. Okay, we're going to get started. Our next presentation is going to be by Dana Wilson. She's the district administrator for our probation and parole office in this area. I have the privilege of working with her across many other programs, ICTS, and we share some of the same counties that we cover. And it's been a pleasure. We started working together, was it 2017, 2016? We started? It was before COVID. Everything's like pre-COVID. And so been such a pleasure to work with Dana. And we have meetings at least once a month where it's just her and I. We'll be in Jeff City together for a statewide meeting tomorrow. But she is just a wealth of knowledge, and it just blew me away. Many years before we came here, my wife and I, we were doing prison ministry at a women's prison. I believe it was in Tipton or California many years ago. Yeah, and so we were talking about Vandalia, and we had also not done work in Vandalia, but we have done some work in Chillicothe. And so we were talking, and she started explaining to me some things. I was just totally blown away about the resources compared to what I remembered in terms for women in prison and the help that they're receiving. I didn't even understand that these programs existed, and then some of the earlier programs have expanded, and the work that they're doing across the Department of Corrections to help people who are dealing with mental health, people who are dealing with substance use disorder, and just recovering from life and the choices that they've made. So let's give Dana a hand. She's going to tell us a little bit more about herself.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. I was like, I can't hear myself. But that's okay. Again, I'm Dana Wilson, and I am the district administrator here for probation and parole. And I have been doing this for just a little over 17 years. And I currently am the district administrator for 6 counties. I do Crawford, Dent, Marys, Phelps, Pulaski, Texas County. And I'm also over South Central Correctional Facility as the institutional parole officers that are there. And so we have about 2,000 offenders here within our area that are on supervision that we supervise. And then the institution carries about 1,600 offenders. So we have 3 IPOs there, and then we have about 57 staff that I oversee here in this area. So one of our missions for the Department of Corrections is improving lives for a safer community. And I'm going to try to work this. And there we go. So just to kind of like talk about the Missouri Department of Corrections, because it's as a big umbrella, that is kind of what we represent as the Department of Corrections. And under the Department of Corrections, there are many like subheadings, and probation and parole is one of the subheadings. And when we think about it, more than 95% of the people that are actually in the Missouri Department of Corrections are ultimately going to be released. That's a large percentage of people that are going to be coming out. That's on average about 19,000 individuals every year are going to be coming out into our communities. Doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be in this community alone, but it's going to be in a community. So our goal is we ultimately want to make sure that we're bringing them back so they can be good neighbors. So it's ultimately what we want them to do, is to be good neighbors to each and every one of them. So what we are doing now is we're helping to build that framework for success. So ultimately that we're starting, maybe not necessarily before they're going into prison, but we're making sure that when they come out of prison that they are being successful. So we're trying to make sure that we are having a smoother transition. We are helping them with reentry concepts through getting them through groups, nonprofit groups. We're helping them get through faith-based organization, government agencies. We're getting care providers and employers and other resources to help us join so that they can be really more successful. Some of the services that we're offering is that we are helping them to find houses, making sure that they know the resources that they're going, what community they're going into, what kind of housings that are available for them. If they don't have a home plan, what home plan can we help offer them? So maybe like some people find that when they're in addictions and things, that leaving the people, places, and things are the important things that they need to do, is change all the people, places, and things. So sometimes they just need to totally leave where they're from. So they don't know where they need to go. So having those conversations with their institutional parole officer or maybe their case manager about, I don't want to go back home. I don't want to go back where I came from. So having those conversations inside the institution and learning a little bit about them, where they need to go, helping them with medical care. While they're in the institution, they get medical care, they get things that they need while they're in the institution. But afterwards, how do we help them get those resources and helping them get those set up? Child care. Some people think, well, why do they need to worry about child care while they're in the institution? Well, people on the outside need that. They need to know that they have those resources available because they're probably going to get their kids back. So we need to make sure that they have those resources and have those available to them. Substance abuse treatments. That's one of the hugest things that we have to worry about, because the majority of people going into prisons or even in prisons or even maybe not in prison, they need to have those substance abuse treatments in place. A lot of your inmates inside prisons actually are getting now what they have MAT services inside the prison in the Department of Corrections. We are actually offering those services for them. So they're actually getting those while they're in DOC. So we want to continue those services on the outside. So we want to make sure that those are set up. They have a provider where they're going to be going. So we try to make those connections for them, get them services, get them a provider before. We are helping them with education. On the inside, we have educational services. So we help them with their GEDs. If they have their GEDs, they also try to help maybe if they want to potentially go on for college educations. So we have multiple universities throughout the state that actually comes in and works with the Department of Corrections that helps them with getting education. We have spiritual support in each one of our corrections facilities where they can do any type of religion they want to do. They have a chaplain. They have where they can do any type of services. They can do AA services. They can do NA services. They usually come inside the service and provide those services. So we also try to give them any other resource they need to help them to be successful. We have got a lot of community partners that we are working with to help them come inside of the prisons so that they can help give these connections so that we can make better support. Missouri was the first state in the United States that actually came on board with this Reentry 2030. Has anybody heard of the Reentry 2030? So it was an initiative, and actually Missouri was the first state to actually come on board with this. And it's a national initiative that aims at dramatically improving reentry outcomes for people existing in prison. So by the year 2030, there is a plan to expand collaboration and partnerships with public and private entities. And so what this is meaning is that a lot of your agencies are going inside the prisons and they are working with them. So the vocational rehabilitation, they're actually going inside the prisons now, and they are working with offenders that have disabilities, that are on that meet their criteria, that are working with those offenders before they're getting released. So they can actually determine, do they meet the criteria and qualifications to actually get services from Voc Rehab before they're released. So they don't have that delay that when they come out that, oh, now they got to wait another 90 days to see if they meet all that criteria. So this is pushing that step back a little bit further. Now they're going inside the prison, seeing if they meet the services. They're also getting them, if they need to see about getting them Medicaid and things like that, they're actually getting those services and getting them to apply. Before individuals leave prison now, they are getting them birth certificates, they're getting them Social Security cards, so they can be prepared to enter into the job market before they leave prison. So they're trying to have job interviews for them. They're working on getting a lot of virtual entries to where they can have job applications filled out before they leave prison. They be able to have job interviews now before they leave prison. So they're working towards this initiative of Reentry 2030. So if you haven't heard about it, please look it up, because it's a very good initiative that we're working towards to try to aim to getting people incarcerated better career services and more opportunities. So the goal of the 2030 is to have 85% of the population that leave prison to be employed by the time that they leave prison, and 80% of those to remain employed at least 9 months after prison. So this is the first year of the real big kickoff. They're wanting to get this all underway and going. We currently have 19 prisons throughout the state. There are 2 female prisons, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the female prisons, but we have 17 male prisons throughout the state, so you can see the populations are more males than there are females. But what they're looking at is trying to make, when they go into the department, kind of a one-stop shop. So when you do go into prison, they are making it to where we have all the resources for you. We'll get you in. We'll get you your birth certificates, your Social Security cards, you know, any certifications that you may need. We're going to offer those. So they also offer vocational certifications. So they have resources such as if somebody wants to do cosmetology school, they actually can get certification in cosmetology now. They can get certification in CNA. They can get welding. They can get certification in professional gardening, electrical wiring technology, heavy equipment operation, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, outdoor power equipment technology, professional gardening, telecommunication, residential plumbing, and another one, which you're going to be really shocked, is they can actually get certification in tattooing. So this is only in, I think, 1 prison that we have that they actually can get the certification in the actual tattooing. But they are, it's working at one of the institutions. So they're actually helping them get actual certifications in these so that when they leave prison, they can actually find jobs and employment in those type of areas to get those. So the goal is ultimately is that when somebody leaves prison, they're going to be more successful, have more resources, and have those things at their fingertips so that we can be able to, you know, help them along the way. So we're not just kicking them out the door and say, here you go, hope everything works. That's not the way we work. I know that a lot of people think of the Department of Corrections and probation and parole, and we always get a bad rap, or we're always looked at, you know, differently, and we kind of see things like they're not here to help. Well, that's kind of true and wrong, because we are. We're actually here to help people along the way. So kind of like one of the statistics that, I wanted to bring to you is talking a little bit about females. In 1978, there was actually 182 females in prison. Can you believe that? 182. In 2017, there was 3,395. How many do you think was there in 2020? How many do you think females were in prison in 2020? So 3 years later. Yep. We're talking about Missouri. This is just in Missouri. Over $5,000? You guys are going to be shocked. 2,696. It dropped. So, what are we thinking happened? We are given more resources. So in 3 years, we dropped significantly for people in the Department of Corrections because we're making resources more available. We are trying to get it out there because in 2017, Missouri was one of the most highest rate in the country at putting women into prison. Can you believe that? They were putting in, on average, 128 for every 100,000 people. That's a lot. In 2022, guess what that number per 100,000 was? Close, 69. 69. So we dropped in half. So now instead of being the number one, we are now 12th. So we're no longer the top in the United States. We're at least now dropped to 12th. So we're looking at, because of the resources that we're offering, we are dropping. However, this is still another high statistics. 10.8% per year is the amount of women that are getting put in prison compared to men. Men are only going in at 5.1%. Even though we have a lot of men in prison, on average, more women are going to prison versus men. It's still high statistics. So we're kind of like still looking at, we're still putting a lot of women in prisons versus men. Got to find my clicker here. Guess these things don't like us. I must be doing it wrong too. It is the big button. That's what the one I'm hitting right here. Well, no wonder. I guess if I would, read and see that, it says turn on, seems like to be my problem. Ah, there we go. Ah, okay. Yeah, sometimes it takes somebody, with a brain to operate mechanical operations. So I want to talk a little bit about Chillicothe Correctional Center. This, of course, is in Chillicothe. It's one of the female prisons. It is a minimum, medium, and maximum security prison. It does hold the smaller amount of female prison inmates. It only holds 1,072 inmates currently, which is a lot less than what our other female prison has. And this is kind of a front door picture of the Chillicothe prison. So when you look at insides of prisons, what they look like is gates. You see a lot of gates, and that's what you see. If you've never been to a prison, or if you've never seen a prison, you see a lot of tall gates with wires. So the next one I want to talk a little bit about is the Western Eastern Reception. So we call this WERDCC because we use a lot of acronyms in DOC. That's just how we do it. They house 1,624. The reason this one houses a lot more is for a couple reasons. For one, they are actually what they call a diagnostic center, and this is where all inmates come in first. So this is where they go in. When they first come, they go in and they get assessed. So every inmate that comes into the Department of Corrections, they're actually assessed. So they find out their medical needs, they find out if they have mental health, they find out where they need to be placed, what their charges are, what their offenses are. So in 2025, actually they started this Missouri Prison Transformation Project. And WERDCC was actually one of the selected spots. And what this place does is actually, what they did is they took some female inmates from the general population wing, and they decided to transform another area of the prison, and they've decided to renovate the housing and make it to look more like more traditional house. So they turned it in to make it look like where they have actual beds, bunk beds. They're still sharing a room with somebody, but they gave them beds. You know, if you've ever seen jails and they've got these little thin mattresses that are not really comfortable, or maybe like concrete type beds, they actually are giving them mattresses to make them feel a little bit more like they are in a home. They are actually giving their rooms that they, common areas is what they call them, they're making them have couches, beanbag chairs, making them to be where they're a little bit more comfortable, kind of like getting them integrated like they're going to be at home, trying to give them that feel. But they're also doing this not just for inmates, but they're also doing it for staff. Staff have a lot of, we have a lot of high turnover because of staff getting assaulted, staff, just a lot of people having problems working in institutions because of all the problems that go on. So they are doing this project, which is a 5-year project, to kind of like look at all the conditions with the remake of the living conditions in these. So they're doing it at a male prison and a female prison, so they can kind of determine, you know, if we change what the environment looks like, what the environment is like, will it change how people perceive what they're like in prison? They're going to be able to put curtains on their windows. They're going to be able to have the better mattress, you know, they'll have the common areas will look better. You know, it just make them feel like they are actually at home. And that's kind of the goal, is to kind of give them that a little bit better understanding of what it's like. Now, you got to look at these prisoners. We're looking at medium, moderate, the minimum, medium, and maximum. What does that mean to people? Well, that means that they have people that are in there for child support to murder, all in one prison. So you have a whole gambit of people in these type of prisons. So there's a lot of people in here. So you got a lot of combinations of things. So this is actually the front entrance of the WERDCC prison, which is in Vandalia. It is a really big prison. It looks really nice from the outside, but all around it and everything is all nothing but gates and tall gates. And that's what you see a lot of. Now, some of the programs they have inside of WERDCC that they offer for, and one of the ones you're going to really be surprised about, is that they actually have prenatal one-on-one. They have AA meetings, which is they have Narcotics Anonymous, so NA meetings. They have parents as teacher classes where they allow them to come in and hold classes for that. They have identity classes, kind of helping them understand their identity. They have theater class, Scouts Beyond Bars. So they have a lot of different variety of classes that they actually can go to. They can have classes and they can interact during these classes. So they have all kinds of programming that allows these individuals to kind of learn about, see about, be in, and have different opportunities. They also can go to church. They have church services that they allow them for. But you ask about the prenatal classes. Well, this is why. This lady here is an individual. Missouri, this is Missouri's now has a prison that has a nursery inside the prison at Vandalia. This lady here, her name is Kathy Briggs. She's holding her newborn twins. She is in the nursery, the prison nursery program. And you kind of look at it and you think, what? Well, it's true. Missouri has gone on board with the prison nursery ministry. This is where incarcerated moms can find healing, hope, and the power of motherhood. And how this works is that individuals can actually, when they get into prison, if they're pregnant, and they're going to be released within 18 months of giving birth, they are allowed to petition to be in this program, and they actually get to give birth to their child in the Department of Correction, and they still get to keep their child while they're at Vandalia. And we actually have a nursery in the prison where these moms are, and it looks just like a nursery at home. So they actually get to have their child with them day in and day out, all day long. So they're building that bond from that moment they have that child till they leave that prison. So they're having this opportunity to build that bond from the minute from get-go. So they don't have to lose that opportunity, which prior to us getting this year, which it came into effect this year, at the beginning of this year, this happened. I got the opportunity to meet the first baby that was born at the prison, because she actually came out, the child came out to live at one of our sober living houses here in my catchment area. And it was just a really cool environment to be able to see how much this mom bonded with the child already so much, and how much it had helped her have that child with her that whole time. And when she got released, still being able to have a connected bond and a relationship with that child. There was no time missed. Now, there are people that don't necessarily get that connection, but they do have people up there, which is a great connection that they have with the Department of Corrections. They have Mennonites up at Vandalia that actually take in a lot of children, who actually will bring the children up there to see the parents or the mom while they're in prison. And they just basically hold on to the child until the mom is released. I actually had an opportunity to see that event as well, where one of the mothers came to one of our catchment areas as well, and the child was born, and she didn't get the child right away. It was living with one of the Mennonites. The Mennonites then gave her back when she was released. The Mennonites actually came back and visited that child as well while they were here in our home, in this home that we had here. And just seeing that they didn't lose that connection with those people so far away. Just knowing that bond was connected. Just knowing that they have that connection now with somebody else that was there for them when they needed them. So they're not just left and had that opportunity. So this is an opportunity that the Department of Corrections opened up and had been working on for years, the past few years, building. I actually got to go to Vandalia last year and got to tour this facility and see how they were going to make this work. And I loved it. I loved the idea. I thought this was a wonderful idea because, I've watched it on TV. I'm sure some of you have probably seen some of these shows they get on TV about women incarcerated and they've had their children. This is a great opportunity to where people can actually have this opportunity to raise their children from day one. And it's a great opportunity. So one of the things to talk a little bit about is when people are out on probation, before they're in prison. The thing that I wrote on here is the Division of Probation and Parole is made up of 6 regions. So we have 6 regions in our in the state. We have the Western, we have the South Central is what it's called now, the North Central, the North, Eastern, and the Southeast. So each encompassing multiple probation and parole districts, as well as a community supervision center. We have a regional administrator that oversees all of these regions, and supervises district's administrators. So I'm one of the district administrators. We have actually in our location, in our region, we actually have 6 districts that our regional administrator supervises. So there's 6 of us that are in this region. We also have community supervision centers, and we have 2 transitional centers. One's in St. Louis and one's in Kansas City. Those are 2. When people are outside in the community, we look at it and think about resources. What kind of resources are there for people that are just on probation? Or maybe those people, what do they have? We have a lot of resources. Some of the things that I want to talk a little bit about resources that we can do to put people into prison and how they can get help necessarily. And those kind of things that are ordered by the judge, where the judge then can put them in prison, but the judge still can retain jurisdiction of them, meaning that they're still going to be on probation. They're not going to come out on parole. And what that is we have called CODS. And that's called a court-ordered detention sanction. And that means that they're going to go into the Department of Corrections for 120 days. It's not really, they're not getting their probation revoked. They're not getting anything. It's not really kind of a strict sanction. They're just going to go in, and then they're going to come out immediately after they serve 120 days. They can go in, they can get treatment through the treatment center, which we have a treatment center up in each one of the diagnostic centers, or they can go into general population depending on what criteria they meet. There's also 2 other state statutes. If people are familiar with state statutes, which is governed by law, that tells us which one of them is 559-115, which is our short-term treatment, which is what the judge can then sentence somebody in, and they can go in for 120 days as well. And they can go in for either shock incarceration or they can go into shock treatment. Just depends on what the Department of Correction feels is their need. There's also a 217.362, which is what they consider a long-term treatment. So there's criteria that has to be met for somebody to be able to be eligible for a long-term treatment. And what that means is they're going to probably could serve up to 2 years of their probation time in the Department of Corrections in a treatment center. It just depends on how well they do, what they're doing during that treatment, is how long that they may serve in that time. But they would then come back out still on probation, and the judge still has jurisdiction over that case. So it's usually either probation, the judge that has jurisdiction over their case, or the parole board. So those are the 2 people that have jurisdictions over the cases. Most people think it's the probation officer, but it's not, just so you understand. It is either the judge or the parole board. They're the ones that have the jurisdictions over these cases. The probation officer is usually just the one that is here to advise the judge or advise the parole board the behavior of what the client is doing on supervision. That's ultimately what our job is to show the court or the board the behavior of the individual on supervision. Sometimes they think that these probation officers have magic wands and we can fix everything. Yeah, we can't. It's ultimately up to the person. So it's kind of like why I wanted to talk to you a little bit about some of the things that is offered, so people kind of understand the services that are offered that we have. We also have community supervision centers and transition centers. So what is a community supervision centers? So Community Supervision Center helps Missouri succeed whether they're on probation or parole. These are centers that are actually kind of a lockdown, but they can actually walk away from. So it's kind of a catch-22. But they are actually where they can, there's like kind of like 4 phases in these transitions or community supervision centers that kind of helps them. They learn different things to focus on, they get incentives and they kind of get some different aspects. There's only 1 female CSC in Missouri, and that is in Fulton. And then the rest of them are all males. So we have 5 males and 1 female CSC throughout the state. They're getting ready to actually, the legislation actually supported another CSC. So they're getting ready to build another CSC up in Joplin. So there'll be another one coming soon, which is much needed because we fill these up. And what they are just the people in the community. When we have resources at our fingertips, this is one of them, is the Community Supervision Center. We will send clients to these because it's not sending them to prison because, you know, like I said, they can walk away from these places. It's just putting them in there. They're kind of still on lockdown, but they still have access to walk away. The doors are locked, but they can still walk out because the doors are locked, but they're not. It's kind of hard to describe, but they have opportunities during the day to go out and work. When they're in the community supervision centers, they get opportunities to go out to the store sometimes. So like I said, there's sometimes they walk away. What they do is they target on their assessments. They work with them with core programming, so that their needs, substance abuse, because a lot of these people have substance abuse problems, and that's one of the things they work on, getting them back into the society. And then, of course, like I said, we have 2 transition centers, and they are just mostly male transition centers, and they are up in St. Louis and Kansas City is where they're at. Some of the other programs that we have are also things like what we have here in our counties, in our catchment areas, is we have in Pulaski County, we actually have a veterans treatment court, which actually takes on veterans, and they have to be on probation. They have to be a veteran, and they work through this program of in the community down in Pulaski County. They get a mentor who is actually a ex-military person who's been through there, because a lot of these individuals have PTSD that they've never really worked through. And so they get a lot of these things that they're helping them work through. They also have, in a lot of our counties, we have the alternative court, which is most people think of as drug court. So we have that. We have that in Phelps County, Crawford, Dent, and Pulaski County. In Dent County, we also have a DWI court. And then, as you heard Darren talk earlier about the ICTS, we have that in 2 counties, and that's in Phelps and Pulaski County. And that is basically, you know, we are trying to improve the community treatment success of these individuals. Those are very intense programs. All the ones that I just stated are very intense programs that get individuals the help they need. They have very intense UA schedules. They have to do UAs. They get, in the ICTS program, they have a big support system. They have a housing specialist. They have a peer specialist. They have a community support specialist. Sorry, I'm probably going to forget everybody they have. They have an employment specialist. And then they have a counselor. And if they need a psychiatrist, they can be referred to a psychiatrist. So they have all this at their fingertips. And so when you think about all these people at their fingertips, if they don't have a job, they have the employment specialist that can help them get the job, help them going out looking for jobs, helping them getting resources of what jobs are out there. If they don't have a job home, they are out there helping them try to what places are available, what they can do, and getting them into a place. If they need counseling, they get them to speaking to a therapist on a regular basis, usually weekly. Sometimes they may need to see them more, so they're seeing a therapist. They speak to all of these people. They have a peer specialist. I'm sure many of you have kind of seen what a peer specialist does. They actually are people who've been there in these paths gone down these paths, and they are clean and sober, so they've been down there, done it, so they kind of know how to talk to these individuals. And so they're there to help them along the way. They do a lot of UAs that are just kind of randomized. So the ICTS is kind of a really good program that we've done over the last 5 years. And that's where me and Darren have worked very intensely over the last 5 years together on these programs in Pulaski County. So there's other programs that we do. We do a lot of people, if they have a drug offense, have to be state statutally ordered to do a REACT program, which is what they call a required educational assessment and community treatment, which is state statutely telling them they have to do treatment. So if they don't have a REACT actual program, then we send them to referral for some form of a treatment. So they either go to a Compass or they go to SEMO or wherever they go, they have to go and get an assessment treatment to determine if they need ongoing treatment. So majority of your people, there is about 88% of people entering prison misuse substances. That's a lot of people, if you think about it. It's a lot of people that, you know, are out here using drugs before they go to prison, out here on our streets. A lot of them that are homeless, or they could be living right next door to you. You know, it's a lot for us to have to think about, that when we're talking about people in recovery, you know, helping these people along the way. How do we get these people in services? Making sure that these things are available. You know, a lot of times people think about probation and parole, you know, they think about that we're miracle makers, miracle workers, and that we should have all the answers. But we don't. We don't have all the answers. We do the best we can. We try. We have a lot of us have this kind heart to try to be passionate. We try to be understanding. I have a lady that I've worked with for many years when I was a probation officer in Pulaski County. I used to do the drug court, and I worked with her for many years. She actually got clean and sober doing the drug court. She finished it, did wonderfully. I was proud of her. 2 months after she completed drug court, she relapsed. Statistics says it takes them usually about 7 or 8 times before they fully recover. It was okay, but the recovery almost killed her. I mean, literally her second, she almost overdosed. She was a meth user, and her boyfriend took her out and by the river and gave her heroin. She wasn't a heroin user, and he left her. Luckily, somebody was able to go find her, and she survived, and we got her back into drug court for the second time. It taught her a lesson. She learned a lot. We went through the program again. I worked very intensely with her as her probation officer, and in 2014, she was successfully discharged from from probation and parole. To this day, I get goosebumps every time I talk to her or about her. She still comes and sees me to this day. She actually was just in my office a little over a month ago, and she told my staff, "I'm getting ready to go do a UA. I'm excited to get to do that UA. I just had to come tell you, because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing today." So that lady is always important to me, because I message her all the time, from time to time, just to see how she's doing. And when she comes back here, which she is one of these statistics that had to change her people, places, and things. She had to move out of state, and she did. She did come back and see me every time she came back this way, just to say hello. She moved to Florida. She came back, and she came to see me again when she came back. Now she's moving back to Missouri, but we are 11 years from being on supervision. I truly believe that she is past her recovery and doing very well. She's doing extremely well. I'm very proud of her. We still talk, and I'm very proud of her. She is my success story, and she keeps me going because there are people that are not success stories. Because I have a sister-in-law that 2.5 years ago passed away to fentanyl. She's not a success story. You know, my husband and I, we saw it coming, and it was very hard to get that phone call, to know it was going to happen one day, because there was not much we could do. And we did. On Mother's Day 2 years ago, we got the phone call that she passed away. So when you know somebody in recovery, it's always important to be there, to be that support, because each and every one of us are just one incident away from anything happening. As we heard from all these people today, we've learned so many things. I'm just one incident away from being in any of these shoes. We heard all these stories about how trauma can be part of you. It's part of me. I'm just one person away as myself, as a true story. We're all there. I was raised in a difficult family. Domestic abuse. My father killed himself when I was 15. And to know all these things and all the stories. But I do what I do today because of all of this. Because I want to be that person to help somebody. I want to be that person to help the next person. I want to be able to show the next person that I care. And I go and do what I do because I care. And that's one of the last things to show you. I don't know if you can click on that. This is a slide. This is a video. Hopefully it works. This is actually our supervision center in, I guess it.
Whenever they started talking about the gender responsive issues that we were having in Missouri for the females and needing to have more efficient practices on how to deal with the female population and the high recidivism rate that we were having. And they started talking about putting one of the CSCs as just an all-female population. I read it and I said, that's what I need to be doing.
This is a unique program to where the walls are painted. We have a comfort room specifically for our females. We allow them to decorate in their dorm. We allow them to decorate the facility. This is their facility. They have the ability every day change it. They have the ability to write on the walls.
I just make them use the DOC stuff. We give them a chance to bring their own blanket and own pillow. Let them bring in a little more property than what we used to do.
This is not a locked facility, so each day every resident has a choice whether to stay and engage in programming or not.
A lot of people come here and say, oh, it's prison. Well, it's not prison. This is nothing like prison. Only bad part of being here would be the 120 days being locked down, but that's 120 days. Once you're done, if you successfully, graduate, you go out in society and you go on your own.
I had relapsed, and me and my PO decided that this would be the best thing because it's treatment, I didn't realize that it was so different than most treatments. I've been to treatment before, and this just has a way different approach to it. We do a lot of journaling, which is therapeutic, and the Courage to Change journals we do are so helpful. Cooking is awesome. It was so much fun. I had no idea we were going to do stuff like that. And I'm going home with recipes, so I get stuff to do with my son and my grandkids.
A lot of stuff going on right now. There's new stuff every day. We got a trauma yoga going on now with the new ladies.
We have this woman that comes in for career building. And then that's one with a resume. We had mock interviews, and Yeah, it's a pretty good class. There's a lady come in on Saturdays now, and we have a painting class.
Oh, it's so different for the women, and it's really exciting also because these women are going to experience more resources than we've ever been able to give to our female population. What we're trying to do is help with long-term instead of just kind of putting a Band-Aid on what the short-term problem is.
Nobody grows up and says, I want to be an addict, you know? And so did these women have hopes? Did they have dreams? When they were little, did they think that they were going to have a white picket fence in a house? Yes, probably. Something in life happened. And whatever that is, I don't know what that is, but we need to get into those root causes.
You know, there was some stuff that I had buried for so long, and then got an excellent counselor.
Are you tired of going through the motions? Are you tired of being the oppressed person? Are you tired of not really knowing who you are or trying to figure out if somebody else could complete you? So here's where you learn how to be that unique individual that learns to stand alone and then just adds everything else to, which makes life good. I am here because I was one of them. And so I have been the person who was drug addicted. I have been the person who's been to prison. So I understand the population. I understand the way they think. I understand what they've experienced. And so this has become my calling. There wasn't a facility like this. There wasn't a counselor available to me who was willing to meet me exactly where I was and go, are you ready to live? We've had women sit at the table with 4 boxes of tissue and every box of tissue be empty at the end when they initially tell their story. By the time graduation comes, they're able to stand and tell you their story without feeling victimized.
So many people that abuse substances, there's a reason behind it. And in my own little world, I'll start going, oh my gosh, you know, I'm a victim. I don't feel like a victim anymore, I'm a survivor.
I define the success as this. Whenever they come in, they hate me. They hate me, they hate Carl, you know, they hate the staff. Now at 90 days, hi Shannon, how are you today? Oh, it's so good to see you. That's a success.
They are so caring, and I mean, everyone that works here, they're there trying to help us get our needs, what we need. They even come out, and if we have issues of a night, want to talk to somebody, they're there.
Oh, Carl and Shannon are just, you can tell how much they care. It's just such a great environment here. The PPA staff, you know, they're so funny and they interact with you. We had a ping pong tournament last weekend.
You just need to be the best you can be. And here's where you have the opportunity to learn the skills and the techniques to help you achieve that.
It's a rewarding experience to see people truly change their lives to not only better themselves, but their families, their children, and make the community a safer place to be for everyone.
The changes that they made from the day that they walked into the program to the day that they graduated, it was unbelievable to witness.
I can communicate, I've got patience, I've got my self-esteem and confidence back, I really do. My weight don't even bother me anymore. I never wore a dress before, and this is the new me. I'm going out and I'm going out wearing dresses.
And I'm not done yet living yet. I've got a lot of living to do. I've got dreams still, and I know I can reach them, especially after this program.
So that's what our CSC is like.
Come to Value Express now.
It is a great program for them to go in and learn a lot about themselves. That was the women. So I wanted to share that with you so you guys can have an understanding. The last thing I wanted to talk to you about is that one of the programs that we do here in the Rolla office is what we call as a women's circle. Each week we have a women's circle, and there are 3 different programs. They are 10 weeks long. So this is a program that lasts up to 30 weeks. Don't know if it's going, there it goes. And they touch on wellness, relationships, and identity. And these are to basically help women to build, explore, encourage their skills, basically to kind of help them on their mind, body, heart, and spirit. So they do these things, and we have found that we try to limit the classes between 6 and 10 women at a time, and they have really, like, truly loved it. I always go in, one of the things I do as the district administrator, I always go in on graduation day, and I take part in their learning and talk with them about how they enjoyed what they've learned during that time. They do so many things. They do projects by creating murals. They do journaling. There are so many things that they do, and they talk about building their relationships with their families and building relationships back with people that they maybe not necessarily have had for a long time. So it's a program that we have done here for the past year at Rolla, and it's really gone very well, and the women just love it. They talk about it, and most of them continue to do each session and do it and want to do more of it. So we've been very encouraging with it. Some of the other things that we do here in Rolla is well, not just in Rolla, but at every district office, is we get supplies, and we gather them up through our offices, and we have like trial sizes, and we get little things for people that need homelessness, that don't have like toothbrushes, toothpastes, shampoo, deodorant. So our offices collect these things throughout the year, and we make little bags every year so that we keep them on site, so that when we have a client that needs that, we have it. We also have coat closets. So we have people that bring in coats or leave coats or what have you. So when somebody comes in without a coat, we give them a coat. So when people think about the Department of Corrections or PMP, that we do things, oh, they're just terrible people, we're really not. We're there. We really are there to help. We actually give people what they need. We give them the resources that they need, and we're there to try to help them in their recovery, to try to help them along the way. We try to hold their hands in every step of the way that we can. Does anybody have any questions?
You were talking about the training. Are they making sure that whatever training they take, that they would be qualified for and be able to like use and utilize once they get out, that there's not going to be any restrictions?
Yes. So she's just asking if there's, do we make sure that they're eligible for the training when they get out? Yes. They make sure they're eligible for all those things and those programs and things like that before they even get out. So yes, they make sure that they're eligible for those things. Yes.
And to piggyback off what she said, where are you finding the employers, like, so they get the certification, but where are they going after that? Because are you contracted with people?
So we're not necessarily contracted with people, so we actually start learning about them. So there's a lot of like factories that just start learning about and coming to our job fairs and coming to our entities and saying, hey, I would be interested in getting on board. And so we're just like getting the word out and getting the spreading things out that these companies and businesses are interested. And so that's how words are getting out. And so they start spreading the word.
Well, and with employing persons with disabilities, not to say these two are the same, but there are work incentives for hiring someone that has a disability if there was some sort of like legislation. Oh, good.
So there are tax breaks. A lot of people don't know about, there are actually tax breaks for people to hire felons. And there are actually a bonding, federal bonding, that a lot of people just don't look into, that actually help out with your bonding. So if something happens, that if people steal from you or things like that, you're protected and bonded for those type of services as well. So yes, there are services, and then helping with people that are with disabilities and things like that. That's where we're getting in Voc Rehab, coming in early on the front end of it. Now they're coming in on the front end of it and helping people that are disabled on the front end so that we can get them before they leave the facilities. And of course, they also work with people on the outside, even with probation. And on the outside, we work with them. We work with career centers. We work with as many people as we can to help with the resources we have available. Go ahead.
Okay. Being on both sides of the fence and seeing it the way I've seen it, I wonder what has happened to Pathways to Change and the ICBC program, because I know they're going on in incarceration, and they used to be out too, and they're not anymore, and offenders love those programs.
Well, I do know that ICVC is still going on in the institution. Pathways to Change has just kind of like gone away, but they were bringing out new ones. So that's where this women's circle came about, and they have other ones that they were starting to bring out, but they have not yet. But there's some new programs that they were going to replace with Pathways to Change.
And what would qualify an offender to get into these work programs and things like that and such?
I don't know all of the qualifications, but I'm assuring that, while they're in the institution, there'll be like qualifications. So like everything has like certain qualifications that they've got to be ready to be getting ready to get out of prison. So there has to be a criteria of they got to be getting ready to be released soon. Depending on like if they're going to be getting out soon and they aren't going to have time to complete the program, they won't be referred to that program. So there's like each program has a time frame that you have to be in order to have a certificate completion program. So it's going to be based on how long that program lasts and do you have the time to complete it before you can get out of prison. Okay, I will turn it back over to Darren.
All right, let's give Dana a hand. Thank you, Dana. Lots of resources to connect with Dana, so make sure you share your information with her. And we have, if you all don't get some of the information you expected to get, you just reach out to me. We have everybody's information that we'd like to share with you if you need the contact, if you didn't get it yet. All right, so our next presentation is by Dr. Chris Parks. It's going to be presenting approach to faith-based recovery for sexual addiction. And so I've had the privilege of working with Dr. Parks, particularly for the last 5 years, myself and also Pastor Patrick here, and working as a part of providing recovery support for men who are battling sexual addiction. And so it's been my pleasure and privilege to work with them. And we also share lots of other things as they have come alongside of us and each other in providing some other support in the community, whether it's helping people who are unhoused, providing lots of other resources, hygiene items, clothes closets, food, a variety of things across not just in Phelps County, but also Pastor Patrick is in Pulaski County. So we're thankful to have Dr. Chris Parks with us. Let's give him a hand as he comes.
Thank you, sir. All right. I think the challenge for me is to ensure that, I don't start preaching. You give a preacher a mic, right? All right. In all seriousness, there's been a lot of great testimonies today, and there's been a lot of great sharing from a lot of great professionals who have talked about traumatic experiences. And I'm going to talk a little bit about mine, not in the sense of, where I've come from, but, being a pastor and dealing with all manners of people at all walks of life. What I'd like to do is talk to you a little bit about my 8-year journey in my church, but I want you to take a look at that Carl Jung quote there. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And what he's referring to is that part of you that you really don't want people to know. It's that dark side of you. It's that part of you that, you mask well. But imagine, if you will, is that you don't know yourself well enough so that every time something happens, you just go, well, that's just life. but you subconsciously were making it happen. That's psychological, right? Because what we've been talking about today deals with psychology. And contrary to popular belief, there is a lot of psychology when it comes to theology, okay? And the two work together seamlessly. I was about to say, next slide, please, but that's me. Hold on. All right. All right. There we go. All right. So by definition, a pastor is one that deals with intervention. Why? Because contrary to the secular behavior theory that we're all innately born good, in theology it states that we're all born bad. And because we're all born bad or wicked, and we have an evil disposition, God, who makes all of our minds, has created this position in his body called a pastor, who would come and intervene in the hearts and minds of the people to try to get them to acquiesce to his plan. For he says there in Ezekiel, I'm going to put a new heart and new spirit in my people so that they will behave accordingly. Why? Because we will act a mess. Anybody in here just act a mess before? Anybody in here know that you could be a hot mess at some point? Yeah, so we all have this proclivity. Therefore, what I call pastors of promise, every believer needs a pastor of promise. And the pastor of promise is in Jeremiah 3:15. God says, I will give them pastors after my own heart, or I will give them those who will intervene into their trauma. And I want you to understand, before I got into this, I believe that I still do. Jesus answers all, because, Jesus was the master psychologist. He was. Okay, he was. He fixed everything. However, he was God, and I'm not. So there's a lot of ignorance that I had. So I had to, get smart on this thing. All right. The church really is not equipped to deal with a lot of stuff you heard from today. It's just not. And what happens is, what do? We do biblical platitudes. Pray about it. Turn that plate over. Give your way out of trauma. Can I get an amen? See, I told you. All right. So the church really isn't equipped. They always say, hey, look, go to this scripture, go to that scripture. Okay? I got this problem. Well, the word says this. Well, the word does say this, but if you don't have a connection with God and the word, then it's not going to be able to help you. Right? Okay, so the church isn't equipped. We don't engage in psychological matters well, and we don't address addictions. Well, let me put it this way. The church don't have a problem with you being an ex-felon. The church don't have a problem with you having, maybe PTSD, or the church don't have a problem if you're a reformed alcoholic. But it sure enough have a problem with what I'm going to talk about today. A problem that it doesn't address effectively or efficiently. And we don't like the backlash that we get of dealing with people who do. When you have a registered sex offender in your congregation, and people know who it is, and you're their pastor, well, obviously you must condone it. I said, no, I don't condone it. However, I have to deal with people who have it. That's what the church is for. So we have to deal with that, right? But the church at large doesn't say, hey, come all of you with all your issues to my church. You don't even have an infrastructure vast enough to deal with it, all right? Because people who have been traumatized continually and habitually don't have good coping mechanisms, nor do they have the patience to sit up in a church, nor listen to a pastor like me. So properly combat minimization of the issue amidst the sea of psychology and diagnosis. So here's what I mean. I don't knock psychologists or psychiatrists. I'm married to a psychologist. I don't knock that, okay? However, the secular community knocks the church, and I think we do a good job of knocking ourselves with our foolishness. But the issue is that we have to, the church, from my perspective, we have to get equipped in these matters that deal with the mind, because we're driven by our mind, because a cognitive behavior therapist would tell you that, hey, if you have an activating event, you're going to see that activating event, you're going to have your thoughts about that activating event, then you're going to have your consequences and your behaviors based upon what you think. So I can follow that logic, okay? All right, so what's the answer? Understanding that healing can be facilitated in various forms for all the people today. Healing can take place. With all these things, in that video, I saw healing. Okay? I saw healing. And you know what? When you love people, and I think everybody does what they do because they love people. Now, you do love people. To do what y'all do, you got to love people. You got to, right? You got to love people. You've got to, right? So here's what I found out about rearing children. Anybody got kids? Okay. When you first started off with your kids, you wanted to be the one to teach them everything. You wanted to give them everything. But how many know little Johnny come back and go, hey, you know what, Dad? Hey, Billy's dad said do this, and it worked. I said, I've told you that my whole life. But you had to hear it from Billy's dad? Right. My point is this. I don't care how they get it as long as they get it. If they come see you, to God be the glory, let them get help. If they come through you, let them. I don't care how they get it, just get it. I know that the church isn't the only show in town. I'm biased. But we all must work together, and we got to stop all this finger pointing and stop all the hating. Right? Because the church is a viable asset to the community, along with everybody else. So we have to stop the finger pointing. We really have to do that. Okay? All right, so how did I get here? Why am I before you today? I inherited a church that had a host of issues, seen and unseen, and I engaged in manners that I did not know was as prevalent as they were until I was head over heels into it. And the overall health, the spiritual health of the church was not good. And my biggest issue was with the men. Now, I could say the women because they had a lot of issues, but the men, because you see, I believe that men run societies, not because we want to do it, but God says let's do it, therefore we need to do it. And if we're jacked up, then everything else is going to be jacked up. If 75% of the youth today don't have fathers, that's a problem for our society. Do you know that? And this isn't in my script. 10 years from now, we're going to need over 300,000 plumbers in this nation alone. Where's the men at? Where's the electricians at, right? All these hard tradesmen. We need tradesmen. Why? Because the men aren't in place. All right, so I had problems with the men. I mean, huge problems. They were rebellious, immature, too sensitive. And what I mean by too sensitive is couldn't take helpful criticism. I got my amen corner over there. Where y'all brothers at now? Where y'all brothers at? I need your help here. I need your help. These sisters will go with it. Let me talk about the men. The women say amen. Let me talk about the women. Everybody's quiet. All right, so the more I work with the men, the more I work with them, the more they resisted, and I couldn't figure it out. Because these were supposed to be men of God who loved Jesus, who were leaders. Okay? So I was in unfamiliar ground. I stepped into a battlefield I didn't choose, but I couldn't ignore it. It wasn't my messages. My men were acting like juveniles. I had to pray about it. A long time. And the church was a hospital, but nobody was getting better. All right, so the Lord started pointing me in the area of, and it had to be God, because I read a lot. Oh, I have to, right? Besides the Bible, I have to read, right? I have to read. And I just start stumbling around these statistics when it came to sexual addiction. I was like, So unfamiliar ground. So what happened, the first thing that happened is that I found the Conqueror series. The Conqueror series is by a guy named Dr. Roberts, and he has this 6 CD set where it takes men through A to Z when it comes to sexual addiction. First of all, I didn't know you could be a sex addict. I did not know that. Well, why didn't I know that? Because, first of all, nobody talks about it, number one. Number two, you're definitely not going to talk about it in church. Okay? And number three, everything that you watch in media and on TV is all sexualized. So it's kind of like you're kind of like permeated in it, right? But after going through this series, first I went through it myself. I said, oh my God. Oh my God. I wonder if there's a correlation here. All right. So I went through this series, and I went through it and said, this is what I need. This is what's going to get my church straight. So I got my leaders together. We went through it. I went through it with them, and I said, I want you to be the facilitators, because, look, I'm the pastor. Obviously, maybe they might have issues talking in front of me. So, hey, I want you 3 to go and take the guys through this. I said, now, listen, you can't be a sex addict. Oh, no. Oh, no. We're not, Pastor. We're not. Went through it. Even opened it up to the community. Some men came and whatnot. Everybody went through it. And then guess what? No fruit at all. There was no change in their behavior at all. 0 fruit. And the first thing you know, I asked, did I miss God? Did I miss God? I mean, I missed the mark, right? Those of you that are in therapy and counseling, when you go down this theory or this path and it yields nothing, you go, man, did I miss it? Okay. So I was like, okay, well, as I dove in a little bit deeper, now this is with my men. I had about 15, 20 men. I take my men through book reads. And before the whole Zoom thing, we would come on audio in the evenings on Sunday, and I was taking them through this book. And this book was by Eric Mason, Manhood, because it's, I got to work with men. No offense, ladies, but I got to work with men. Because that's what God's really called me to do, work with men. Because if I get the men right, the women are going to be right. Amen. Okay? All right, so we got to chapter 5, Restore Sexuality, and Eric Mason knocked it out the park, asking all the hard questions, and then I believe I was led by God to ask this question. Now remember, we're all audio. Nobody can see anybody. I'm on the computer. I can see everybody on the line. And I said, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask you a question. Nobody knows who's on the line. I'm on the line. I'm going to ask you a question. I want to know how many of you are suffering from some type of sexual sin. Now, and when I conclude this meeting, I want you to hang on, because I want to minister to you myself. Out of the 20 we had on, 14 stayed on. That meant the majority of my men had some type of sexual issue. And I knew right there the statistics were true, that out of Christian men, we're talking about just Christian men. These are men who adhere to the biblical principles. 8 out of 10 suffer from some type of sexual addiction. They're engaged in some type of sexual sin. So it was confirmed there. However, I, as a pastor, even though I've got numerous degrees in theology, as a pastor, I was ill-equipped to deal with that. Because I preach against all manners of things. But obviously it wasn't hitting the mark. So I had to get smart. So I've studied the internet, and I found this guy right here, Dr. Doug Weiss, who was actually in the Conqueror series as a young man. So I found this guy. He was like 20 years later, and I looked at his materials. I said, start gobbling it up. I said, I got to get certified in this so I can be smart. So I went through that whole thing, right? And then guess what? I started dealing with these men, and the damn burst. They all came forward, and I dealt with them. I dealt with them. Because I finally eliminated the wiggle room. But then I found out there was women as well. 3 out of every 10 women are caught up in some type of sexual addiction. And they're both different. But here's what I would tell you, that when you start talking about sex, everybody's going to shut down. In fact, I got an anecdote for you. This might be my last time here, Pastor Faison, because I'm talking about some very intricate things. Now, for believers, we all know that God is sovereign over our entire lives. Is that correct? There's not any aspect of our life that he does not reign. So I gave him a scenario. I said, did God reign in your house? They say, yes. So God reigns in your living room? Absolutely. God reigns in your kitchen? Yeah. We're supposed to watch what we eat. We're supposed to fast? Yeah. In the bathroom? Yeah, even in the bathroom. I mean, we're to eradicate those things that are bad. Right? In the bedroom? They say, yeah, the marital bed is undefiled. I said, well, if I'm his representative, is not the pastor then in your home? Yeah. In your kitchen, yeah. Bathroom, well, that's kind of strange, but okay, eradication, yeah. But the bedroom, what do you mean, pastor? What do you mean in my bedroom? Now, what I want you to understand is that the opposition to that thought triggered some people to go to a place that I had no intention. But it lets you know that they had issues. They had a whole lot of issues in that area of their life. Because think about it. Nobody, well, let me see, how can I say that? Nobody taught you how to do that. You can read whatever biology book you got, but and whatever teaching you had wasn't good. But because the best teaching was with your husband or wife, trying to figure it out. Okay, so you're going to climb up on me now, right? And then if it's good, you don't know it. If it's bad, you don't know it. Because you ain't going to talk about it. And if he's got some proclivities and issues, sisters, that you ain't used to, you ain't going to tell anybody about it. And if he's having issues, he ain't going to tell me about it. You see the dilemma. But you know what? The Lord made me in such a manner that I'm going to get in your grill. And I'm going to talk to you about you. And I'm saying with the training that I got from ASAD, I was then able to turn that thing into a viable ministry of healing. Because what we found out is that I had men, and I've met men and young men who have started engaging in masturbatory actions by the age of 9, women by the age of 8. And what I've learned is that because there's such a rush of endorphins and ephelins that are released in your brain, which turns into like a opiate type substance, you can get addicted to that. Because if we're all adults here, because at the height of our pleasure, there is a release of pure euphoria. Is that correct? But you can get addicted to that. which means that you can engage in that activity. So what happens is, imagine I met men and women who engaged in those type of activities 3 times a week, starting at 9 years of age. Then you add on top of that they look at some type of image, because before the internet there was dirty books. Now, ladies, before you go, those dirty books, you don't need dirty books. You read and you fantasize. I've done the homework. I've got the certificate. So imagine from the age of 9 all the way to 20, 30, you've had thousands of times of that neurological pathway lighten up. This is why you find a lot of men get into child porn and those types of matters. Why? Because he's built up such a tolerance and he needs higher levels of excitement. It's more, right? This is why a man can be married to a woman and he's not interested in her, because when he at the height of his excitement is glued to some two-dimensional figure, that now his limbic system now says that's the only way that you can do that. Okay? And I would submit to you that when you've done it that long, it's no longer a moral issue. It was a moral issue initially. But it's no longer a moral issue, it's a physiological issue now. They can't stop if they try to stop, because they have been conditioned by their brain and their body to respond. And then all the ton of horrible things that are associated with that. Now here's something that I want to be tattooed into your brain. I've heard a lot of stories already today about these poor young ladies and men who were molested as children, right? They were taken advantage of by predators, right? But you see, here's the problem. Here's the problem, especially when you come to Christianity. The problem is that when you enjoyed it. But you see, what they don't know is that God made us to enjoy that in holy matrimony, but when you're not in holy matrimony and you enjoy it, though you're being violated, you can't discern between the natural response of your body and your moral responsibility to not do those things. That's the issue, right? Now, as a pastor, though, that's my world. Why? Because psychologically, I understand that physiologically, you had an experience, but psychologically, we've got to reprogram some things. And that's how the two become one. So, diving head off into this thing, starting to deal with my men, they start to get some breakthroughs. So I started with my men, and you know, what's the next thing? The next thing is, hey, man, I'm having this problem. I know other churches are having this problem. And I want you to understand, these two gentlemen right here have been with me the whole entire time. But no offense, you guys weren't the only ones I went to. I went to dozens. But I got the Heisman. You know why? We don't have that problem in our church. we don't have that problem. Well, you know, Pastor Parks, that's some good stuff right there, but I don't know how the board's going to receive this. Right. Okay. Or yeah, that's good. Hey, what's your number again? I'm gonna call you. I ain't got that call yet. It's amazing. People were so excited to talk to me, and I told them about what I did. They're like, "Oh, wow, that's good." Never heard from them again. Because here's the problem. The problem is that, number one, it's taboo, even though it's not supposed to be in church. Now, the church is not the primary means to talk about sex. That's the parents' job. It's not the school's job. It's the parents' job. Because there's something that the Lord gave me a little bit later on called sexual neglect. Sexual neglect is when your parents fail to tell you about you and what God says about you and your sexuality. So everybody in here was sexually neglected, I would think. Yeah, my old man said, let me tell you about the birds and bees, son. I'm like, what? Birds and bees. Yeah, birds and bees, the flowers and trees, right? All right, so I reached out and I said, listen, there's got to be a ministry here. I went through a lot of pastors. These two accepted the challenge and said, let's do this thing together, right? And we started the silent struggle. Why? Because men struggle in silence, women struggle in silence. And I mean, my goodness, what a journey. So what were the results? Work groups, trauma-informed, private sessions. Did one retreat. We did one retreat a year prior, but it's hard to get men to come together. It's hard to get women to come together to talk about these type of matters because you feel so squishy about it. But you rather go, and if you were to go and talk to a secular counselor, do that. But don't just sit there and struggle with it because it affects you. Here's the one thing about sexual sin. It doesn't go away. Okay? It doesn't stop. Okay? There's only one thing that's going to stop it. You're going to get so old that your stuff just don't work. I'm just being honest. Okay? You're like, hey, that ain't my problem. The Papa was a Rolling Stone. He didn't stop rolling until Papa couldn't, That's it. Okay? Now here's something else. Now listen. I need for you if you're not going to go there with me and you have your own issue, you better be concerned about your kids. There's something they call it dead hand syndrome. Here's what they found out in Asia, like in China, not China because they lie about it, but Japan and Korea. They found out that the youth under 30 years of age are not having much sex. It's very low. And you think as a church that's a good thing, but it's really not a good thing. The thing is that they've committed masturbatory acts so much in the virtual world. When it comes to the real thing, they don't have any interest for it. Yeah. It takes 3 to 5 years to heal from that. Okay? 3 to 5 years. Okay? So I would tell you that we've had a lot of breakthroughs in regards to the silent struggle. These brothers have seen it. Guys have become more transparent, getting them to talk about it. We show them things, and they're proponents of getting men to come. I open it up to you. Virtual is easy. We let them come on. All they have to do is just sign a confidentiality statement. They can keep their face, blurred or blacken their screen. They could do that as long as they're on because they're in the midst of it. Because getting a man to talk about that is very difficult. Getting a woman to talk about that is very difficult. I led a women's group for 3 years, and I really learned a lot about just how y'all women think about things. But it's a serious issue because you can't have an intimate relationship with anybody else other than yourself. And here's the thing. Love, right? Love is an action word, but how many know you can't love yourself? Because it takes at least 2 people. By definition, it takes 2 people. But we read books called self-love. So I would tell you that the results have been very, very good. I'm very optimistic, and there's so much more to do. We have incentives that we give for our men. I have a man who has been in sobriety for about 3 years now. I have another one for 2. I have another one for a year and a half. One guy, he was on the brink of losing his marriage, but he came to terms with his addiction, and now they're in various levels of sobriety. But the young men that I have, the real young men, they are struggling. Here's what I would tell you, all right? Here's what I would tell you. I'm going to sit down because you guys stop listening to me. Here's what I'm going to tell you, is that if you have a young man or you have a young lady and they're not necessarily, well, even if they are homosexual, whatever it is, I want you to understand that they're doing something. I need for you to understand that. Don't act like they're not. Don't act like they're good to go. I look at these single men, and at some point in time, I say, hey, what are you doing? I said, what do you mean? You know what I mean. What are you doing? And I anticipate the lie. But here's the point. In my arena, you don't skate like in a secular arena. In my arena, the Bible says very clearly, you don't go to heaven practicing sexual sin. You don't go to heaven being an addict. Okay? So the rules are a lot stricter. Okay? So I would submit to you that how can we work together? I think we could work together by understanding that we all get after the topic. We get after this addiction. There's so many out there, but we can't forget that we're all in this fight together. I just want them to be healed. But sexual addiction is just one of those things that I just think has plagued us. Listen, when you got a guy who would violate his own daughter, he's not well. But he was violated by somebody. We talked about passing down the sins of the second and third generation. Listen, I know a man that can break the cycle. But you got to put the time in. Right? Look, we roll up our sleeves. Y'all should be so proud of you. This dude right here, he's my boy. This dude, he brings it. I love it. You want a man, I'd be like, hey, look, let's talk about it. Let's get our hands dirty. We can break it. Look, sisters over here, men over here, let's get after it. But what I'm saying is that we could bring these two worlds together. Right? We could bring it together. All it takes is for you to have the courage to talk about it. But I promise you, your children, your grandchildren, you need to know what they're looking at, what they're doing. If they're looking at pornography in your house and you don't know about it, that's your fault. One more thing I'm going to say before I turn it over and get in my car and race out of here. What I would tell you is that you better be deathly afraid of the internet today. They got some stuff out there in the virtual realm. Will do whatever you want. It looks real. They sound real. They'll say whatever you want them to say. That's what the future holds. You gotta listen. They gotta go to hell over your dead body. But it's a real thing. All right, I'm through. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
He was 5 years old, and I caught him masturbating in the bed, holding it and just whatever. I took him to the doctor. I did everything you're supposed to do. Take him to the doctor, and the doctor said that he discovered that makes him feel good as long as he's not doing it in front of nobody else and stuff like that. It's okay. But to me, as a parent, it wasn't okay because no one touched him. He just discovered that it made him feel good. And he masturbated 5 years of age.
It was exploration,
Yes,
exploration.
he did that for a long time and stuff and everything. And I guess, because he didn't have no kids young, he was like 24 when he had his first kid, because I guess I put the fear so much in him about, you better not go get nobody pregnant, you better not bring no babies in here, you better not do this, that, and that, and that, because I had him so young, and I didn't want them to fall into the same pattern as my life, because my mother did not talk like you said back then. What my mother said, keep your dress down and drawers up, and that was it, and never told me about life and about what can happen to me and everything, and not to let the boys do this and do that. And then my second child, I had her young. I went to my mother. That's back then. We couldn't go get birth control pills like these young girls can do and get contraception back there, because I'm 70 years old. So back in that day, you couldn't do that. And I asked my mother to put me on protection. She told me no, protection was for whores. You don't need it. I come up with number 2 at 16, turning 17, because I done got into having sex. I wanted that part of my life. I didn't know no better because nobody taught me better and everything. And so the doctor told me when I had my second one, she said, ma'am, you are very fertile. Before you reach 20, you will have a house full of kids. So she put me on the birth control pill. Then I got with my baby that's deceased father. He was much older than me. And the man taught me a lot of things, taught me about. I had 2 kids, did not know really what life was about. I'm just laying there having sex. But an older man taught me how to truly have sex. You know, so I was very young and everything, but to say this, we are to wait on God. We are to wait on God. That's what I tells my grandkids. I tells my kids the same thing. Because soon as you open up that door to start having sex, you're going to want it and want it. And that's why when, like you were just saying, if you just one person and never been with no one else, you have nothing to compete with. You don't know if it's bad or good. That's why God say be with one person, get married, so you don't say, oh, I miss Dave back there. He did it way better than him. He can't do nothing. You don't need that in your life. And that's
Amen.
what Christ is saying.
Amen. Amen. Now,
I got taught the biology
uh-huh.
of everything, logistics.
Mhm.
Females are emotional. I didn't get taught the emotion of anything. So I didn't know that there would be emotional attachment, that your heart could get broke, that I knew that babies could happen, but I ended up being a statistic because I had my first baby at 17, and then I got married, and then I had my second baby at 19, and then the other 2 followed, and 13 years later I was leaving because the man I married was beating me the whole 13 years. And, you know, so you end up in that cycle, and it's not that I had more than one partner or that I was doing anything necessarily wrong, but I didn't know that the emotions would attach. And then I would have to stay there, and then it would be 4 kids later. But I
Wow.
can tell you this,
Yep.
my kids knew
Okay.
that there would be emotions attached.
Okay.
That if they did sleep with that one person
Right.
and had something to compare to, that they would not be happy. That there was dire ramifications when that commitment happened, and it wasn't just a one-night thing, and that they better be prepared for what did happen
Wow.
afterwards.
So you two.
All of them made it out of high school thus far.
Well, that's a blessing.
Without any children. Now, I'm not going to say that they were perfect before
Sure.
their marriages
Sure.
or anything, but I will say confidently that who they are with now or who they got married to is who they established
Okay.
relationships with.
Okay.
I'm not going to say that the rings were on their finger before it happened, but I mean, you don't know that.
Absolutely. You know, that's where I think the church and the world can agree on some things. Well, hold on a second. Let me say this. I want to talk about that statement for a moment. Then I want to talk about her, but then I got to give it to her. So just hold on. Hold on. All right, here's the deal. In that situation, catching your 5-year-old, right? Hindsight being 20/20, probably taking them to the doctor is a way. But I think when it comes to that type of thing, we have to look at it as, first of all, he was curious. Okay? And here's the thing. If we play this thing wrong, and we come in there and we roast them, fear is going to be associated with that playing. And he's not going to be open anymore in regards to it. Then he's going to go underground, or she's going to go underground. Versus, and this is where you got to be spiritually mature. First of all, a 5-year-old humping a pillow, in the big scheme of things, is not dangerous. But as you talk to him and say, hey, little Billy, let me talk to you about some things, okay? Now here's what I've seen. And I want you to know that Mom or Dad, hey, I'm not mad at you. God has made us to be very curious. And there are things in life that feel, you see where I'm headed? What am I doing? I'm keeping the discussion open so that they don't go underground. Because if you don't teach them, they're going to learn at a sleepover. They're going to learn by the school board. Okay? Or they're going to learn by the school of hard knocks. So I would submit to you that it starts with a conversation, and we can't go to the extreme because our kids are going to bury it. When you catch your child with pornography, okay, first of all, you got to be like, okay, all right, now it's time to deal with it. Now, we should be dealing with it when they're this high, but here it is. You got to pray. Well, as believers, we pray. If you're not a believer, you got to sit there, you got to talk about it. And maybe you tell them about your horror stories about it, okay? But you got to talk to your kids, all right? We got to talk to your kids. I gotta hit her, and then we go see how much time we have.
It's two things. I know one thing. Me and my friend was talking one day, and we were just in, like the virtual thing you was talking about. Yeah. And nowadays they have it where people can actually be talking to them and touching them in those virtual things. So it's actually make it real. So I was like, oh my gosh, you don't know what your kids are doing when they're playing games, stuff like that. So, and another thing is that you was talking about, a lot of people don't realize about the soul ties when you have sets. And like, I had sets when I was 15, and it seemed like a lot of people had sets when they were early and don't realize those soul ties. And those soul ties are hard to break, especially at a young age. So and that goes into, and then that's how you end up getting abused and everything, because you think you have to stay with them because you have this connection, and it's almost like they have a hold over you because it's that soul tie. So that's what I wanted to bring up.
Yeah. Okay. All right, host, and we got one more. I'm gonna turn it over to you. I like the discussion though.
Don't need no mic. Hello, family. I guess it's a recommendation. I myself minister to men. Thank you, Jesus, the Deborah calling. But the good Lord has blessed my daughter, who's a high schooler in Rolla, to evangelize 2 young men, and those young men, about 10 of them, gather for the last 2 years in our home. And we do discuss. There is no topic we don't speak. Of course, my husband, 22 years, thank you, Jesus, who was delivered from SA. That's how we minister. But mainly, now I understand, as a woman of God and responsible to call out the men in this, kingdom-minded men out of this young man, there is a lid where I can no longer proceed. So I would like you to ask, is there any program you can offer, or even ourselves, take it as a curriculum for them to bring to school. They do gather in the mornings. So in the name of Jesus, this is going to expand, so.
Amen. Amen. I will answer this, and then I'm going to hand it back to Pastor Faison. I will submit to you that there is I see your hand, ma'am. There is a virtual group that I personally watch over for people who are interested. We've been working a lot with men. However, a lot of teenage boys have been sent my way. I don't know if I put my email up there. Maybe I didn't. But I would get with you or anyone else interested in the virtual, where it's a gateway to the silent struggle. Now, the silent struggle is a virtual ministry that meets one time a month on the first Sunday of the month via Zoom. And my recommendation is that for all the prominent Christian men who don't have that issue, who have young men, they can come to their home and sit in on that session. And in that session, we talk about the 3 parts of man, the psychological, physiological, and the external implications of sexual addiction. It's a feeder program to our small group, which deals with men, and these are men from 20 all the way up to 60. And you know, if there's enough young men, we can make another young men's group to deal with young men and young men issues. So that is available, all right? There's also in ASAT, the American Association for Sexual Addiction Therapy, they have groups. Now, the Silent Struggle is free, the work group is free. However, when we do assessments that I've been trained to do, I do assessments with all that. First, it involves a test, a sexual addiction screening test, and it involves questions and answers where I put together a program for recovery based upon what I find out in the intake, okay? Now, there is a cost associated with that, but here's what I would tell you about the cost. First of all, it's not my livelihood. I don't charge an arm and a leg. But if you want the professional folks to do it, you can pay $5,000 to $10,000 in Colorado Springs for the institute that I was trained by. But it's a nominal cost. I work with people on it. Something else about the cost is the people, especially men, have to invest into themselves. You have to invest. You invest in everything else, you got to invest in yourself. So you got to pay to play, if you will. But there is a virtual group. I will get with you. I'll give you my email address if that's something that interests you. And then that can open up the door to a work group where we meet together. It is a work group, which means that there are homework assignments and there are consequences for relapses. Okay? So there is something out there that I think is wide open. And I believe for young ladies who have been trained, it's wide open for ladies as well. I had a young ladies group, and we went through some curriculum for a couple of years. But because they were members of my congregation, it wasn't as productive as I wanted, even though they all did get sober, and they're still sober to this day. Okay? So I thank God for that. All right, now, I've got to turn it over because I've gone over my time. I know. I got to turn it over, though, because Pastor Facey got that look. And when he got that look, it's time to pack it up. Anyway, God bless you.
Let's give Dr. Parks a hand. All right. Wow. You know, I wish we had more time, right? We could probably take everything we did today and do a one-day workshop because there's a need for what we're doing, obviously. And I will tell you, you know, just working with Dr. Parks and Pastor Patrick as part of the Silent Struggle, silence is one of the things that has really hurt the church. The church has remained silent on lots of issues. And when the church is silent on issues such as the issue of sexual addiction and dealing with sexual sin, we become of no effect because we're not speaking to the issues that we need to speak to. And I'll say the last thing is, and I thought about why does a church sometimes, and church in general, struggle with dealing with some of these issues. It's because we have, and it's been my experience, I'm not so weird, but these types of things have been demonized to the point to where we can't really speak to them. Right, I'll just give you an example. My mother, I told you earlier, my mother was a heroin addict. She had me, she was not married. She was a minister of music at the church that she was attending. And my grandmother, her mother did not know she was pregnant with me. And, used to wear choir robes during that time, and she'd be playing the piano. But she started to get a little bit bigger. She was kind of small. She started to get a little bit bigger. And once she started showing, the church ostracized her. The pastor called her before the congregation and told my grandmother that as a result of her sinful nature, that she would not be able to continue in the church. Why? Because she was a bad example for the other young ladies. And when the church historically has demonized everything, and as a result, we have little impact over anything. And so I think it's key that we speak to issues and the things that Pastor Parks talked about, we all have a responsibility, but certainly those who are called to pastor, there's a heavier weight, it seems like, or feels like, if you will, to try to deal with issues. And so I just want to encourage you all from just hearing his presentation today, speak up, ask for help, go to people to receive help. I used to work with a group based out of Kansas City called Man Up, that dealt with men and pornography. And 3 things I learned many, many years ago. You know, why pornography? What was such a big deal? There's lots of reasons, but 3 things I learned is because it's accessible. It's there's anonymity. People don't know it's you. Cell phones, you can get on all kinds of stuff on your cell phone. And then it's affordable. It's free. Right? So today, when we hand a young person a cell phone, we're handing them the old shop that we used to go into that sold family videos on the front side, but they had this back room, right? They had this light twirling around that you had to be over 18 to go in, and the closer you would get back there, the more marijuana you could smell. And, you know, they said it was incense. And if you ever slipped into that room, it was a whole nother world. And so things have changed, is my point. The accessibility to pornography, the anonymity that you could be on it. And we used to be ashamed to go, don't get caught in there. You know, you didn't want people to know you were doing certain things, but today you can do this without anybody knowing. And affordability is free. So I just want to encourage you to take what you've learned today and, you know, have some conversations with people about what you learned. I'm not saying everybody's going to be in agreement with everything we said, but knowledge is knowledge, whether we agree with it or not. And it's up to us to use it in application in ways that lift us up, right? And so give yourselves a hand today. Appreciate everybody being here. Dr. Parks asked me, he said, do people normally leave after lunch when you do these? I said, well, we never fed in the middle of it. We always wait till the end. So this is why. But I was always taught, don't count numbers, make the numbers count. And so certainly everything that we do does have impact. And so thankful. Thankful for our Project Heal team. Let's give them a hand for all the work they did today. Our hospitality team, our sound and video team, for all the work they did today. As we have been streaming, people have been asking for excerpts of some of the presentations, and not all of them, some of the other pastors that couldn't make it today. So we'll see what we can get out, maybe at least the PowerPoints with those who presented today. We can get PowerPoints out to people about the information that was presented today. If that being all, have my wife come up. And we're going to get ready to close. Oh, my goodness. What happened? So we thank you again. I want to see if she has any words before we close.
Yes, I just want to thank everybody for coming out. You know, I really thank God for just what he does, you know. We are all community, right? It's not just one person. It's not just one organization. It's all of us. It's community. We have to come together. We have to understand what each and every one is doing in order to make something of substance for the whole community and to make it better. So again, I just like to thank everyone who was here. I'd like to thank all our speakers, and I'd like to thank each one of you for showing up.
I want to share this quote. I had a young person share this with me. And she said, when we recover loudly, we keep others from dying quietly. So in everything you do as part of your recovery, whether it's life circumstances, whether it's addiction recovery, whether it's mental health recovery, make a big deal out of it. Recover loudly so others don't die quietly, right? Give yourselves a hand. We're going to close with prayer. I'm going to ask Pastor Patrick to come up and give us a closing prayer, give us a benediction. On your way out, please see the vendors. They're starting to pack up, but please see the vendors. Make sure you get some information. Stop by the mobile unit, find out what kind of services they provide. We'll be running that mobile unit. We'll be back first week of October. We'll be looking at some other dates to bring the mobile unit to Phelps County, and then we'll be in Pulaski County. So let's give Pastor Patrick a hand as he comes to give us a benediction.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we come before you again to say thank you for this day. We thank you for every presenter. We thank you for all the knowledge and wisdom and your word that you have given us today. Now help us, Father God, to take this word that we have received and go out and to tell someone. Let us go out and impact someone else's life so that their lives are better. Father, help us to help those that are hurting, those that are wounded, those that are broken. And God, we thank you for Pastor Faison and his team for hosting and just being a light in the midst of darkness. God, we thank you for this community, Phelps County, and all other counties that are attached. We pray for blessings. God, we thank you now. We love you for it. It is in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.